Kharkiv or in Mariupol, because definitely Kharkiv.
Not mind readers. If they respect you and themselves, they will be sincere. Donc il faut seulement avoir le courage et l'audace de demander a votre...
El resto de derrotas o empates que, bueno, se le puede hacer también muy largo al Inter porque la Juventus, que prácticamente la teníamos descartada para el título, está solamente a un punto. Por cierto, hoy ha dicho...
And cheerfully, as when they do it from religious conviction. Such a sad commentary. Qui nous écrit et aussi Lorica Window Malero.
This is the Voice of America, Washington, D.C., signing on.
Sashen Hausa na muryar Amurka ke magana daga nan birnin Washington DC. Masu sauraro, Assalamu alaikum da fatan an wuni lafiya. Mahmud Lalo ne tare da Hanifa Kabir Isa muka sake dawo a shirinmu na karfe 9:30 agogon Najeriya, Nijar, Kamaru da Chadi. Yau 21 ga watan Maris ɗin shekarar 2022. A cikin shirin namu ne la tertulia de la noticia.
For USA Radio News, I'm John Hayes.
Greetings from God our Father and Jesus Christ our Lord. Hello, I'm Pastor Larry R. Gilmore with Christ Life Servant Leadership Ministry, and I'd like to welcome each of you to our program today in our study of God's sacred word and truth for our daily living. Our message of faith today comes from the book of Psalms, chapter 24, verses...
of Ghana in this beautiful beat, and before that, Generator by Baba Harari of Zimbabwe, and Moran Fama by Jekoria Fanta of the Republic of Guinea. You are listening to your favorite music show, the African Beat on the Voice of America, broadcasting into your homes, in your cars, on the streets, wherever you are. Mondays through Fridays at 09:05 and 20:05 Universal Time, and on Saturdays and Sundays straight from South Sudan at 09:05. Superwoman is by Chris Moore of South Sudan is what is coming up next, and right after that, South Africa's Shekina featuring Marie-Jeanne Indifferent, and Amina by Ariel Shini of Cote d'Ivoire. But let's enjoy Superwoman right now by Chris Moore of South Sudan. Dedicating it to all my friends out there in South Sudan, especially those in Juba. Christmas baby, I wonder where you coming from.
Parable of the sower.
متكاملة.
لان هي كل انواع التميز جواها. اللي احنا بنقول ايه؟ بنقول ان للاسف اصبح من سمات ان احنا نبقى متميزين في القيادة ان انا لازم يبقى عندي نقطة بتميزني. النقطة دي ممكن ابقى انا اعرفها وممكن ابقى انا اجهلها. ممكن ابقى how they can blend hydrogen Stay tuned to find out more.
The gas flame burns bright with promise over the North Sea. And Gas Council experts plan for the day, none too distant according to them, when the whole of Britain may be using natural gas.
The mid-1960s, the last major change in how Britain heated its homes. Now half a century on, as gas prices reach new record highs with the war in Ukraine, there's a plan to move away from methane and bring hydrogen into the UK's gas system. We're on this remote airbase near Hadrian's Wall in Cumbria in the north of
Pues mira, yo creo que es un deporte que la
the way that they perceive leaders as father figures, as those paternal figures that had your best interest in mind, that was the most central concept. So it was our leaders having our interest in mind and working in a way that allows us to be better people. That was the big central piece. Mm-hmm. And that was just a very affirming concept for us because it has such a good sense of God as being our Father who has our best interests at heart.
It's good. It's good. Now, since coming back to the United States, I know that you still are keeping in contact with people in Africa, but your interest has changed to church planting in the United States. Can you explain, is there anything you've taken out of the...
Le premier ministre vietnamien Phạm Minh
做太平犬，不做乱世人。
Mitro Orlov a déclaré dimanche sur la plateforme de réseaux sociaux Telegram qu'il avait perdu.
a demandé au chef du gouvernement malais.
And we were able to go to their rental office, and they took us to see couple of apartments. I think we just went to see one apartment, and it's funny, the landlord was an Asian family as well, and I think it was supposed to be a 2-bedroom, but they made it into a 3-bedroom. And I remember one of my 2 roommates, measured the exact area of each room and did the math and divided our rent according to that.
What was their major?
Engineering, electronic engineering, and I think he really deserved that degree. And he was like, let me measure it, and the room wasn't square as well. It was like irregular shape. There was a lot of work that went into it.
This hypotenuse means I get a discount.
Don't have that corner, so no, it's not a full square that I'm getting. Take the money off of my rent. So we did that, and it's 3 people, 1 bathroom, no living room, a bigger kitchen, which is lucky, which we had a mouse in later on, we're closer to Allston in Boston, and if our listeners are from Boston, the Allston is also called Rat City because there's so many rats. So we had to do that, and I think we're paying.
Probability 20%. Tempo from 1400 until 1800. Visibility 4,000 meters. Net report. London Heathrow, net report. London Heathrow at 2020 Zulu. Automated observation. Wind 090 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. No cloud detected. Temperature 10. Dew point 3. QNH 1028. No sig. London Gatwick, net report.
几10年来，台湾军队的预算投资根本。
sure, great. I was paying like $800 or something for my room. I'm gonna pay $1,200 for just a studio apartment, a tiny apartment, if I don't have to deal with that banging noise. That's so horrible.
Wow.
Nightmare is not. I think nightmare is not too much of an exaggeration.
I'm going to go a slightly different direction because, homes tended to be where I was moving, like newer. And so I moved to the Bay Area and there was credit check, but I didn't actually have to give them that much. I just gave them my full name. And then they were like, okay, a couple days later, we did a credit check on you. You check out. You can rent this place. And so I had money and whatever. And from my parents and from myself and from student loans and stuff because I was moving out there to get my degree. But I stayed in that same apartment for a while before I moved to South Korea. I moved back. When I was in South Korea, I didn't have to rent an apartment because I had a weird contract where my landlord or my boss was my landlord or something, and they just said, "Here's your place, move in," and that was that was terrible. It was don't do that, guys. If you were going to move abroad, get the money and choose your own apartment.
Shop
because
for your own place to live.
They put me on the first floor, and those long centipedes that are scary big, 3 markers in length. They can move fast.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps.
2 different times I was woke up and something was moving across the wall at lightning speeds. I told my landlord, I can't live there. I can't live there. I can't live there. And so
that's such a horrifying picture.
It was terrible. Anyways, battle between me and the bug. It's terrible. Anyways, they ended up moving me to another apartment, on the 9th floor of the same building or whatever. And I was like, okay, the floor is warped. There's nothing alive here. So, but what's interesting about South Korea is they have this in China sometimes and they have this in America sometimes, but almost always in South Korea they have the heated floors. So that was nice. A warped floor
because of
yeah, maybe.
But I feel like bugs is just something that we can't run away from wherever you are in the world.
Didn't it just snow there a couple days ago?
It snowed like it was in December.
I'm so jealous. I love the
Oh my God. You don't see this is how people are always looking at the other side. I want that. It was we had summer for 2 days and then 2 days after that, it was snowing like crazy. So it's hot and cold with a 15 degrees temperature.
聪明 să le viziteze fără vize. De asemenea, Rusia a anunțat că se
La santé, un problème pour en Afrique.
Celebré le 21 mars.
WhatsApp, iar Procuratura Generală a declarat că folosirea Facebook-ului și Instagram-ului în scopuri fără legătură cu extremismul nu va fi.
C'est sympa, on avait fait Black Panther contre Black.
Déplaçons-nous en Thaïlande.
جميع ما يحب ويرضاه.
Za mere osiguranja automobila za koje kažu da bi...
que Putin invade Ucrania porque ve la democracia como amenaza. También esta información de la Embajada de Rumanía desde Madrid, en donde dice que Rumanía y España tienen fuertes lazos y entre nuestros ciudadanos hay relaciones de amistad genuinas y duraderas. Hoy conversamos en el Palacio Cotrocén con el presidente del Gobierno del Reino de España, Pedro Sánchez, sobre cómo podemos intensificar la cooperación entre nuestros países y agradecemos el constante apoyo que brinda a la comunidad rumana unidad en España, que está muy bien integrada y tiene un papel importante en la vida económica y social del Estado español. Desde la misma Moncloa, residencia del presidente del Gobierno, Pedro Sánchez. Sánchez se ha reunido con el primer ministro de Rumanía, Nicolae Ciucă, con el que ha abordado la guerra en Ucrania y varios temas más. El gobierno de España defiende desde septiembre del 21 una...
Somebody threatens you with a club, you don't know, and if you're hyper or you're not well
say, but because the supply chain issues are basically making it impossible to service their customers. This is what we see with a lot of companies, companies like McDonald's actually, which are not sort of formally covered by sanctions, but which are running into problems in sort of doing the basics of their business in Russia these days. So a lot of this comes from the sanctions on the central bank, I would suggest.
And Felix, despite what the Russian government might want us to believe, is there a shortage of basic items like sugar, like wheat?
Well, it remains to be seen, I think. There are certain sort of examples of sort of panic buying. And of course, the Russian economy, despite sort of 8 years of sort of import substitution and sort of this idea of fortress Russia, making the economy sanctions proof, which was an idea that became very fashionable after the annexation of Crimea and the sanctions 2014, that never really happened. And Russia's economy, especially in sort of key areas like food, really is still sort of very keenly tied into the global economy. Earlier last year, before sort of there was even talk of a war in Ukraine, there were already sort of spiraling food prices because there was sort of a protectionist policy being followed by the Russian government. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if we do see sort of quite acute shortages of staple goods right now. It's hard to sort of make a sort of a firm judgment about whether that's happening right now or whether it's simply panic buying. But certainly there is sort of a lot of alarm among Russian consumers, I would suggest.
Felix Light from the Moscow Times. Facebook and Instagram's activities have been deemed extremist by a court in Moscow. They're now banned in Russia. The Prosecutor General's office cited alleged posts calling for violence against Russian citizens and Russian military personnel in Ukraine. Although we noticed some hours later the Russian Defense Ministry is still posting on Facebook itself. Vitaly Shevchenko is the Russia editor at BBC Monitoring. I asked Vitaly why Facebook finds itself in this situation.
The underlying reason why all of this is happening is, of course, that the Russian government isn't really keen for the Russians to see all the videos and pictures of horrible developments happening in Ukraine. But we have to remember that Facebook has been banned in Russia for a while, blocked in Russia for a while, for more than 2 weeks now, as is Twitter. Restrictions are posed on Twitter as well, Instagram too. So in practical terms, little changes for your average Facebook, Twitter and Instagram user in Russia. The point of doing this now seems to be to target the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, Meta, and a lot of people are scratching their heads in Russia trying to understand what the latest ruling means, and it seems to be designed to stop payments being made from Russia into the accounts of those companies.
Because if you did stop Russian people accessing social media platforms that they like, you would, yes, stop images that perhaps the Russian government wouldn't want their population to see, but you'd also stop messages from the Russian government that they very much want Russian people to see and hear.
The reality is that Facebook isn't such a popular social network in Russia. Last time we had a credible survey, it was on 10%. Contacted, the most popular social network, it was on 44%. But the way things are in Russia at the moment, most young people, they know how to circumvent these blocks. They've been using things like virtual private networks to bypass government blocks for a while now. So they will hardly see any difference. And the way it works in Russia, the government is trying to block it, but it's not really working.
Okay, and obviously Telegram is another thing that's very popular, seems to me, with people in Russia and Ukraine at the moment.
It seems to be taking off now because it's possible to circumvent those blocks, but it's inconvenient, and Telegram seems to be where all those people are flocking. And while Facebook isn't hugely big in terms of numbers, this is where your opinion leaders, opinion formers, influential journalists are. The same goes for Twitter, and they seem to be now flocking to Telegram as well.
And just finally, Vitaly, tell me about this report in Pravda, which gives a very precise number of Russian troops who've been killed in Ukraine.
Now, Komsomolskaya Pravda is Russia's most popular daily, with very strong links to the Kremlin, the military and security services. And suddenly, today, it said online that 9,861 Russian soldiers have been killed in Ukraine. This number is staggering. It's more than the estimate given by officials in Washington, and it's much, much bigger than Russia's official number, which is 498. That number, the latest number of almost 10,000 people, has been now removed from online.
And that was Vitaly Shevchenko, who's the Russia editor at BBC Monitoring. Still to come in NewsHour, an anthology of war poems from a war just a few days old. Also, the first person on Earth to be cured of COVID using a COVID vaccine rather than using a COVID vaccine to prevent getting it in the first place. Those stories coming up here on NewsHour from the BBC World Service.
Now let's look at what else you can hear from the BBC World Service. In 10 minutes, our series about saving the planet.
More greenhouse gas emissions mean more extreme weather is coming our way.
We're asking what financial safety nets are available
to help people rebuild.
Then the conversation is between women generating renewable energy.
If a wind farm is not designed well, it can actually impact a flight path of certain migratory birds. But once that is done well, then I think that's something that really can be negated or cannot be an issue.
And at 23 GMT, it's Outlook.
After surviving a mountain accident that killed his best friend, Joey Elverton spent years running from his trauma. He then discovered the healing power of other people's stories. He opens up about how he found some peace at last on Outlook.
That's all still to come here on the BBC World Service. Now it's back to NewsHour.
A reminder of our main story. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Ukraine will never bow to ultimatums from Russia and surrender its biggest cities. As fighting continues for Mariupol in the south, he says Ukraine will never accept Russian occupation. In NewsHour, we've been hearing this account of life in Mariupol from Nadzda.
Windows are black and without glass. Curtains are wafting out of them like tongues. I look at this calmly and feel cursed. I'm sure I'm going to die soon, in a matter of days. In this city, everyone is constantly waiting for death. I just wish death wasn't so frightening.
In other news, the Foreign Ministry in Moscow has summoned the US ambassador and warned relations with Washington are on the verge of rupture. There's more online at bbc.com/news. This is Andrew Peach in London with NewsHour from the BBC World Service. Now, many of us know what it's like to have COVID or be told to isolate, but imagine constantly testing positive and having to stay in for more than 7 months. That's what happened to Ian from Caerphilly in Wales. His infection finally ended when he became the first person in the world to have their COVID treated with a vaccine. His doctors think vaccines could change the care for people with persistent infections. Our health and science correspondent James Gallagher went to meet Ian.
There was a lot of TV watching. I read a lot of books, played the guitar quite a lot. I did a lot of the cooking. It just felt like every day was the same. I was living in Groundhog Day. You just end up doing nothing and sitting there staring at the wall.
I've come to meet Ian Lester. He has a rare genetic condition that makes it much harder for his body to fight infection. Once he caught COVID, he just couldn't shift it, and he tested positive and stayed at home for more than 7 months.
It slowly became my prison cell, especially when it got to the summertime and the restrictions were lifting
for everyone else,
for everybody else, and you could see family and friends starting to get back to a real life and do things, go on holidays, and I was still getting these positive results.
Was it worrying though? Because I'm just thinking, like, you started off with not really any symptoms at all, and then they're slowly getting worse over time. Were you worried that the virus is starting to, get the upper hand?
Yeah, I did. After the 3 months, I just couldn't see an end to it, and that's when I started feeling ill. The fatigues, the headaches, the tight chest.
I've come to University Hospital of Wales in Cardiff to meet the team that's treated Ian.
Hi James, welcome to the Immunology Hub Lab for Wales. This is where all of the samples for Ian and the other immune deficient patients are assessed for their cells, their antibodies and other parts of the immune system.
Professor Stephen Jollies runs this hospital laboratory, which was closely monitoring the battle between the COVID virus and Ian's body. Ian was not able to clear the infection, so the team tried something new.
At the time, our potential treatments were very limited,
And so we had to think a little bit out of the box and use vaccination potentially in a setting where it's not normally used, which is to treat infection.
I'm fascinated by the immunology of this, Stephen. How come an infection that he had for so long didn't build enough of an immune response to treat it, but a vaccine did?
It's a really good question, and I think it speaks to the underlying immune deficiency that he has. So this infection was burbling along, but with his immune system was just not enough to kick off a response sufficient to clear it. So the vaccine really made a huge difference both in antibodies and T cells, and utilized and squeezed every last drop of what his immune system could do to clear that infection.
Stephen and his team were delighted when Ian started testing negative. It was the first time a vaccine had been used to treat COVID. They hope this approach can help others who can't shake the infection.
James Gallagher reporting. Poems written in the throes of war date all the way back to the ancient Greeks, although perhaps the war poetry genre is most associated with the First World War. Those caught in conflict are driven to record the history they're witnessing and how they feel about it. Their work can now be shared so quickly that there is already an anthology of poems depicting the war in Ukraine, which began less than 4 weeks ago. The poets include soldiers, civilians and refugees. One of them is Oksana Kovalenko, who's an English teacher from Mykolaiv. She's been translating many of the poems into English, including her own, Home Wars.
This cupboard, this door, porcelain, plaques, mirrors, tiles, jugs, jars with pickles, perfume bottles. They take sides with the enemy. They aim at your eye, neck, stomach. Things can go crazy at any moment. Bury them in the past. Right now, only the walls. Only 2 walls protect you like the wings of an angel.
Oksana, thank you so much for reading that. Now, let me ask you what inspired you to write that poem that you've just kindly shared with us.
A lot of Ukrainian cities have been under shelling from the sky. We have been attacked by all kinds of artillery. And, we have been given instructions spread on the internet. These instructions described how to behave better during the shelling. There should be 2 walls that separate you from the street. So if the rocket or some missile hits your flat, it's a kind of 2 walls are the best protection for you. And so we were advised to take off the mirrors from the wall, to remove all the glass objects, because this is the most often cause for death.
And obviously this is a time when you're in danger, the situation is incredibly stressful, everyone's incredibly busy, which you wouldn't necessarily associate with being creative. So why does it lead you and others to be creative in this way, do you think?
Probably this is an attempt to put your thoughts and emotions in some order. It creates some sort of control in the situation where you actually don't control anything. So like war intrudes your world, it breaks all your life, and you need to figure out, to describe to yourself and probably to other people and to the world what's going on, not only outside but sometimes inside. It's a kind of, we have become the witnesses, and we witness the history. Even if our bodies are destroyed physically, something will remain. So we are working on the project to show the poetry that has been created during these 26 dreadful days of the war. You know, the project unites many people.
We've spoken, Oksana, about the tradition of war poetry. I guess what's different here is the fact that the poems can be pulled together online within days of the war breaking out.
Definitely. It looks like the immediate diary that is created right on the spot. Our anthology of war poetry includes more than 50 authors. They are from every single corner of Ukraine. They represent the nation, and they are written by witnesses, victims of the war, by civilians, but some of them are even written by the military. Some describe what's going on with people who are refugees, who have become homeless in an instant, whose life plans were broken due to the war.
That was Oksana Kovalenko from Mykolaiv, who's now in Poland writing and translating poems for the anthology For Resistance, poems about the war in Ukraine. From me, Andrew Peach, and the team in London, thank you for listening to NewsHour.
This is the BBC World Service, and here's Louise-Anne Laris to tell you about the history of an island called Bougainville.
A couple of years ago, we voted to become fully independent from the rest of Papua New Guinea. The story of how we came to vote is a long one, full of violence and exploitation.
Bougainville's long road to independence at bbcworldservice.com. This is the BBC World Service, and on our website you can explore more of our programmes, from documentaries to science. Listen and download at any time by going to bbcworldservice.com. On air, online and on smartphone, this is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to NewsHour from the BBC. This is Andrew Peach in London. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine will never bow to ultimatums from Russia and surrender its cities. In Mariupol, at least 3,000 people have died, with many more bodies in mass graves or under buildings. We'll hear a first-hand account.
There will be no burials during the fighting. That is what the police said to us when we saw them on the street and asked them what to do with our friend's dead grandmother. They advised us to put her body on the balcony.
In Kiev, 8 people were killed when a missile struck a shopping centre. Our correspondent has been to the scene. And war poetry dates back to the ancient Greeks. But in this war, poems can be shared within days.
Some describe what's going on with people who are refugees, who have become homeless, whose life plans were broken.
All of that on the way in NewsHour from the BBC.
This is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said his country will never bow to ultimatums from Russia to surrender its biggest cities. Kiev refused an offer of what Moscow termed safe passage for those in Mariupol if they laid down their arms. Local commanders said the death toll in Mariupol now exceeded 3,000. Some of its people have managed to escape to cities, including Dnipro. The BBC's Wira Davis is there.
The city of Mariupol is in ruins, with barely a building left unscathed by Russian shelling. But a Russian-imposed deadline for Mariupol's defenders to surrender was ignored, so the shelling continued. Some residents remain in makeshift shelters. Others fled north to cities including Dnipro, where there is help awaiting. Some of these people will stay in Dnipro. For others, it's the start of a long journey. As they escaped Mariupol, some were told by Russian soldiers to keep going, as this city too would soon be under attack.
Russia has summoned the US ambassador to protest about statements by President Biden, who recently labelled President Putin a war criminal over the conflict in Ukraine. Russia's foreign ministry said recent statements were unworthy of a statesman and pushed Russian-American relations to breaking point. The State Department spokesman Ned Price said Moscow was in no position to criticize Washington.
It's awfully rich to hear a country speak about quote-unquote inappropriate comments when that same country is engaged in mass slaughter, including strikes and attacks that have resulted in civilian lives, an invasion of 100,000+ forces against a largely civilian population.
A report in a Russian newspaper has indicated that almost 10,000 Russian servicemen have been killed since the start of the invasion. On Sunday, an article on the website of the popular daily Komsomolskaya Pravda quoted the Russian Defense Ministry as saying that 9,801 Russian troops had been killed in Ukraine. The figures were later removed. European Union defence and foreign ministers have approved a new strategy to strengthen the bloc's defence, saying it needed to make a quantum leap forward in the current, more hostile security environment. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, hailed it as a turning point and very timely.
It's not about creating a European army. European armies will remain, each member state having its own military army. But we have to work together closer. We have to coordinate better our expenditure. We have to be able to react. And one of the ways to react rapidly is this rapid deployment capacity.
You're listening to the latest world news, live from London. Washington has declared that the Burmese military's violence against the Rohingya minority amounted to crimes against humanity and genocide. Neda Tawfiq reports.
The minority group have long been denied citizenship in Myanmar. In 2017, the military junta forced at least 730,000 Rohingya from their homes and into neighboring Bangladesh. In response, a UN fact-finding mission said top military figures must be investigated for genocide. Their report accused them of the gravest crimes, including murder, enslavement, gang-raping women, assaulting children, and burning entire villages.
The US has slapped sanctions on an elite police division accused of violence against protesters in Sudan. The sanctions freeze any US assets held by members of the unit and bar Americans from dealing with them. Our Africa editor, Mary Harper, reports.
The U.S. Treasury Department said the Central Reserve Police have been at the forefront of what it described as the violent response towards protesters. It said they'd used excessive force, including live ammunition. Nearly 90 demonstrators have been killed since an army takeover last October. The police unit was deployed during the long war in Sudan's western region of Darfur, in which 1/3 people were killed.
Zambia's anti-corruption body has arrested the leader of the main opposition party, accusing him of massive corruption. The head of the former ruling Patriotic Front, Given Lubinda, has not yet commented on the allegations that he misappropriated more than $500,000. Zambia's president, Hakainde Hichilema, promised to fight corruption after he was elected last year. Several senior members of the former administration have been charged with corruption. BBC News.
And this is Andrew Preach in London with NewsHour from the BBC. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Ukraine will never bow to ultimatums from Russia and surrender its cities. His government had earlier refused the offer of safe passage for those in the southern city of Mariupol if they laid down their arms. Mr. Zelensky said Russia's demand was unacceptable and the only way for Moscow to achieve its goal was to wipe out every Ukrainian citizen.
Ultimatums will not be fulfilled by Ukraine. We just cannot execute it physically. We have lost people, our people. How can we do it? All of us must be destroyed, then their ultimatum will be automatically executed.
The authorities in Mariupol say the death toll now exceeds 3,000. In fact, it's expected to be far higher than that, with people buried in mass graves and trapped under collapsed buildings. Let's hear now from an advisor to Ukraine's President, Alexander Rodnyansky. He told NewsHour the blame for the humanitarian crisis in Mariupol lies wholly at Moscow's feet.
We've tried to allow passage for civilians many times, and the Russians have been shooting down on these corridors. They've been killing people, killing civilians indiscriminately. It's them who are sabotaging any effort to rescue any civilian population. Now, as far as giving up, obviously we're not going to give up. This is our land, our territory, our cities. We're not just going to, give them to anybody like that.
The official Russian position on the situation in Mariupol runs completely counter to the information reported by the international media, but it is worth hearing nonetheless. Here's Sergei Markov, who's a former spokesperson for President Putin and now Professor of Public Policy at Moscow State University. He's been talking to my colleague Sarah Montague.
What's happening in Mariupol is a huge humanitarian tragedy. And I know very well that more than 90% of the population of Mariupol, they are ethnically Russians and they are pro-Russian for sure.
The humanitarian tragedy is caused by Russia bombing the city.
No, a humanitarian tragedy has main reason that neo-Nazi platoon Azov use terroristic methods and use these thousand pro-Russian people of Mariupol as human shield.
Mr. Markov, do you honestly believe that the Azov battalion, who are defending the city, are holding the civilians hostages, despite all the evidence from those who have been able to get out?
We have plenty of evidence that neo-Nazi from Azov, who is the center of defenders of Mariupol, they doesn't want to allow civilians to leave the city. And only when Russian army took control over the suburb of Mariupol, dozens of thousands of civilians of Mariupol got chance to save their life.
Mr. Markov, it's the Russians who are bombing and shelling the humanitarian corridors when people are trying to leave.
It's 100% fake. Civilians from Mariupol who is leaving the city, they are 90% from Russians. They are 95% Russian speaking, and they regarded by Russian army as own people.
Sergei Markov speaking to the BBC earlier. Our chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is in Kiev, so what's she hearing from Mariupol?
Well, the accounts that have been given by those who have been fortunate to escape from this bombardment, this besieged city, do tell a very different story. They're not asked specifically about the Azov battalion, but they are asked about the Russian shelling and about life underground, and their accounts are absolutely heartrending about the kind of pain and fear they had to suffer while living for weeks in basement shelters without much food, without any water, without any heating. I was looking at an account from one of the residents of Mariupol, Nazhda Zukurokova, who has been posting accounts on Facebook, and one of them, and I'll read it, a neighbor said that God left Mariupol. He was afraid of everything he saw. For 20 days, she says, I was dying with my city. I was in hell. You're hearing various versions of a living hell, hell on earth, a city wiped off the map by so many of the survivors, who of course just have to look up into the sky and look all around them and see the Russian shelling and bombardment. Obviously this is a war, so the Ukrainians are firing back, and we do know that in Mariupol there is the Ukrainian army units and there is the Azov battalions. They are meant to be integrated into the Ukrainian army, but we do have reports that sometimes they do act independently.
I'm seeing reports that can't be verified that tens of thousands of people potentially are being forcibly removed from Mariupol and taken to Russia.
Yes, well, there's been a report on the TASS news agency that 62,000 people left Mariupol and traveled east into Russia. Now, we have no way of verifying if those people went voluntarily. What we do know is that days ago, officials in the city said that people were being forcibly removed from basement shelters. They mentioned a large sports arena where a large number of people had been taking cover. They said that they had been forced to leave. The New York Times spoke to people in the city and said the residents they spoke to confirmed those accounts, that they knew neighbors and friends who had also been forced to leave under those circumstances. But we have heard during this deepening crisis, the Russians saying that people have asked to come. This is misery upon misery, that if there are people who have been forced to leave and then will be forced to go on Russian media and express gratitude to the same people who were shelling the city, that they had now been rescued by them.
Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, with me from Kiev. Now, as Lise was saying, one of the places to be hit in that city overnight was a shopping centre hit by a Russian missile. Our international correspondent, Orla Guerin, has been there.
Stretching out in front of me, there is immense destruction. There's a fire truck still here at the scene, and police and army picking their way through the rubble. There are smashed cars, burnt out vans, huge amounts of twisted metal and concrete. And there's a multi-storey building which has basically been shredded. It's charred, the glass blown out. This was a major shopping centre complex, and it's surrounded by blocks of flats. With me now is Tanya, who lives in one of the blocks nearby and heard the explosion last night. How are you feeling about the future here now in Kyiv?
I don't know now, but I don't want to leave Kyiv.
You want to stay?
Yeah, it's my home.
Even though things are so dangerous now?
I know, but dangerous all Ukraine.
There are indications that the Ukrainian military had a presence at the shopping centre. That may be why it was hit. But Russia has not hesitated to strike civilian targets in Kyiv and elsewhere. The capital may be facing a war of attrition. UK defence officials expect Russia to try to encircle the city in the coming weeks.
Orla Guerin in Kiev. Although the southern port of Mariupol lies at the very centre of the conflict right now, it is hard to know what's happening there. It's too dangerous for journalists to operate, so any information we have isn't independently verified. Here's just one account, though, of what it's been like in Mariupol in recent days. This was posted on Sunday on Facebook by Nadezhda Sukorokova, who lives in the city, although she's now left. Her own building is one of the few which hasn't suffered a direct hit. Nadezhda is now elsewhere, and her words have been voiced by one of the NewsHour team.
I go out on the street during the breaks between the bombing. I need to walk the dog. She is constantly sneezing, shaking, and hiding behind my legs. I constantly want to sleep. My yard is quiet and dead, but I'm no longer afraid to look around. Opposite is the entrance to building number 150. The flames have devoured 5 floors there and are slowly devouring the 6th. The fire in one room is burning neatly, like in a fireplace. Windows are black and without glass. Curtains are wafting out of them like tongues. I look at this calmly and feel cursed. I'm sure I'm going to die soon, in a matter of days. In this city, everyone is constantly waiting for death. I just wish death wasn't so frightening. 3 days ago, a friend of my oldest nephew visited us and told us that there was a direct hit on a fire department building. The rescuers there lost their lives. One woman's hand, leg, and head were blown off. I dream of my body parts staying in place, even after a bomb blast. I don't know why, but I think this is important. On the other hand, there will be no burials during the fighting. That is what the police said to us when we saw them on the street and asked them what to do with our friend's dead grandmother. They advised us to put her body on the balcony. I wonder how many balconies have dead bodies on them. Our apartment building on Mira Avenue is the only one not to have suffered a direct hit. It was indirectly damaged by shells twice. Glass windows were blown out in some apartments, but the building was hardly damaged and has been lucky compared to other buildings. The whole yard is covered with layers of ash, glass, plastic and metal. I try not to look at the piece of iron embedded in the playground. I think it's a rocket. In the 3rd floor window, I see someone's face. It turns out that I'm afraid of living people. My dog is starting to howl, and I understand they're going to start shooting again now. I go outside during the day, and there's a cemetery-like silence around me. There are no cars, No voices. No children. No grandmothers on the benches. Even the wind is dead. A few people are here, though. They are lying dead at the side of the building and in the car park. I don't want to look at them. I'm afraid I'll see someone I know. All life in my city now exists in the basements. I try to cry, but I can't. I feel sorry for myself, my family, my husband, my neighbours and friends. I go back to the basement. It's been 2 weeks, and I can't believe there was once another life. People continue to live in the basements in Mariupol. Every day, it's harder for them to survive. They have no water, food, light. They can't even go outside because of the constant shelling. Mariupol residents must live. Help them out. Let everyone know that the killing of peaceful people is continuing.
Powerful words from Nadezhda Sukorokova, who's just left Mariupol. You're listening to NewsHour with Andrew Peach. Coming up, the first person in the world to be successfully cured of COVID with a vaccine.
It slowly became my prison cell, especially when it got to the summertime and the restrictions were lifting. You know, you could see family and friends starting to get back to a real life and do things, go on holidays, and I was still getting these positive results.
That story later in NewsHour. Our headlines: President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine will never bow to ultimatums from Russia and surrender its biggest cities. As fighting continues for Mariupol, he said Ukraine would never accept Russian occupation. The Foreign Ministry in Moscow has summoned the US ambassador and warned that relations with Washington are on the verge of rupture. And the US has recognized that the violence meted out against the Rohingya minority by the Burmese military amounts to genocide. This is Andrew Peach in London with NewsHour from the BBC. Let's get more for you now from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. The mayor there has announced a new curfew in the city. It's in place until Wednesday. Many thousands have left. One person who's still there is Dr. Alexander Stakhovsky. Alexander is a cancer doctor. He works at the Ukraine National Cancer Institute. He's still treating his patients there, but also broadening his medical expertise in case he needs to care for people injured in battle. So how's today been for him?
The day was relatively without any bombing and shelling the whole day, but we had a couple of bombs which came at night, and they ruined part of our big supermarket. I mean, it's not a supermarket, it's a huge super mall. So people were pretty stressful because it was a collateral damage for some civilian buildings next to it. And we are having this commandant hour for tomorrow, so people will be locked in their residences, in their work. I will stay at hospital for the whole day, because tomorrow we are not supposed to move.
Give me a sense of what it's like in your hospital. You're a cancer doctor working in the middle of all of this in Kiev with patients to take care of. Inside the hospital, does it feel like it does any other time, or does it feel very different?
We feel definitely safer in hospital because we believe no one will bomb or shell the hospital. But since we know stories from Mariupol or Kharkiv, nobody cares about Red Cross or stuff, and those bombs go into hospitals, into maternity care centers. We see that it's not that much safe to stay in the hospitals. It's just the issue that when you're in hospitals with your colleagues, at least you are distracted from the situation. You have patients to consult. I do lots of online consultations, telemedicine. I'm going to operation room tomorrow for a cancer patient who needs my help. So at least we do something. We believe we are helping someone. We know that we are here to protect. We are here to help our military, our soldiers, if there will be some battlefield injured or some wounded soldiers, which may come to us. So it will be our second option, and we are also caring about our cancer patients who stayed within Kiev.
And for those who've chosen to stay, or perhaps were forced to stay, are you looking after them as patients in the same way as would normally happen with chemotherapy treatment and surgery and those kind of things?
we are doing chemo in more simpler regimens for sure for those who stay, because we are not using those toxic ones which may need some extra facilities, or we try not to do very, very serious surgeries that may, those patients may stay like for 3-4 weeks because of some complications. So we are trying not to avoid those surgeries, and basically we send all those hard, like tough patients, complex patients already from Kiev.
Do you have enough supplies?
We already ordered a lot, and we are promised to receive a lot. It's just the issue that, like, there are lots of humanitarian right now which is coming into cities for this battle trauma. So for cancer patients, we have enough stuff because we have, like, lots of patients left, and we have some remaining medications and remaining devices in the hospital.
Have you thought about leaving? Because you're talking about the majority of the sort of patients you would look after now being elsewhere in the country, and I guess needing the help of doctors like yourself. So have you thought of moving yourself to Western Ukraine or somewhere that's a bit safer?
I definitely will maybe more useful in the western part, but I know I have a number of colleagues from my institutions, from other hospitals that already moved to Western Ukraine. They are doing surgeries there, for example, but you understand that there are local doctors also in Western Ukraine, so like it will be overflowed of patients, it will be overflowed of doctors. You never know what will happen tomorrow. Definitely if Russians will come in the city, I will be thinking about moving western. But so far, it's our city. I believe that my stay here is for my patients and for people who are around me, like my friends who are with weapons in the local, military defense units. So by being here, you are kind of like communicating with a network of people around you, and they see that you stay here, so they will stay here.
Dr. Alexander Stakhovsky, who's in Kiev. In peaceful times, the beautiful centre of Odessa, a city founded in the late 18th century by the Russian Empress Catherine the Great and France's Duc de Richelieu, is bustling with people and noise. Today, the silence broken only by a loudspeaker blasting from Odessa's famous funicular lift, which runs alongside the Potemkin steps leading to the city centre, saying, "Warning, alert, stay safe." The war is inching closer to Odessa by the day. This is Hannah Shalest. Now, Hannah's the editor-in-chief of Ukraine Analytica. She lives in Odessa, and she's been telling me what's been happening there today.
Yes, this morning it's been shelling by the Navy artillery from the Russian ships, and the fact that that's been the first artillery against Odessa since the Second World War. We previously experienced missiles attacks at the suburbs, but not something with the use of the Navy. And that destroyed a few houses at the suburbs and definitely brought a little bit of panic in that district because of the situation. Still, we cannot say that that's been heavy shelling or something like this comparing to other towns of the country.
I mean, I'm guessing people in Odessa must have been preparing themselves for this moment. They must have been expecting this to come.
We haven't been relaxed for these 3 weeks at all because daily we hear sirens of the air defense and the work of the air defense, because we've experienced quite a number of military drones coming to the town each day. They've been incidents and they've been shelling at the villages nearby. So I can't say that the city been not prepared, and the Navy and coastal artillery and air defense forces are constantly on high alert. That's for sure. But, the feelings are definitely different when it is coming closer and closer.
There are many reasons why Odessa is so significant. Let's talk about it from a sort of military perspective first of all. It's a huge port on the Black Sea, and that's fundamentally why it's going to be so important for Russia to want to take it.
That is exactly, that is the biggest seaport in Ukraine and one of the biggest in the Black Sea. But you also need to understand that when we speak about ports, we are talking about so-called big Odessa. That is 3 biggest seaports, one from another, 30 kilometers. That definitely creates the conglomerate that perform, let's say, approximately 60-70% of the Ukrainian export. So that's very important both for the economic situation, but also for for the security because Odessa is the base for the Ukrainian Navy after the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And we are also access to Transnistria, the separatist region of Moldova controlled by the Russian Federation. So that's why Odessa region is important both as the route to Moldova and as the coastal protection of what can be here.
That's the practicality of it, for want of a better word. But for many of us outside Ukraine, Odessa is associated with amazing 19th century architecture, or the opera, or the ballet, the arts, all sorts of things that are based there.
If honestly, that is the downtown, and one of the naive hope of the locals that Russians will think twice about shelling us with the heavy missiles, as what you saw in Kharkiv or in Mariupol, because definitely Kharkiv didn't have any emotional connection to the Russian Federation, and they needed to punish it after the January protest. But Odessa have these flair and memory and pictures that international community knew and so many times, but also for the Russians, because that being the third city in the Russian Empire, and before 2014 Russians used to spend their holidays here. You can find it in movies and in different cultural, like in books and everywhere. So honestly, we are really hoping that probably they will think twice before heavy shelling, because they don't want these pictures to be in the international news. That immediately will touch the hearts not only of the international community but of the Russians themselves.
Hannah Shelest from Ukraine Analytica with me from Odessa on Ukraine's Black Sea coast. You're listening to NewsHour from the BBC.
You're listening to the BBC World Service. Join Gabriel Gatehouse for a story of conspiracy, anarchy and plots to break reality.
This is a journey into the dark undergrowth of modern America, charting the path that led to the storming of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. last year. It's a strange and twisted tale that's been bubbling beneath the surface of American society for decades. What do we do? The stakes here are very high. From the conspiracy theories of the 1990s to the darkest corners of the internet.
My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us.
Did this all just happen? Or is it being coordinated?
I think I bear some responsibility for where we are today as a country.
If you think this is big, we're just getting started.
The Coming Storm at bbcworldservice.com.
On NewsHour in the next 30 minutes, EU defence and foreign ministers approve a new defence strategy for the bloc, the latest from their meeting in Brussels. As gas and oil prices rise, could hydrogen be the answer to Europe's energy needs? And the war poems of 2022, sharing personal experiences of the conflict in Ukraine within days. All on the way in NewsHour with me, Andrew Peach. Do stay with us if you can.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. After refusing a Russian offer of safe passage if Mariupol was surrendered, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said his country will never bow to Russian ultimatums. President Zelensky said Ukrainians would have to approve any compromise agreed with Russia. Local commanders said the death toll in Mariupol now exceeded 3,000, but the actual figure was unknown. The first international journalists have arrived in those parts of Mariupol now controlled by Russian forces. The Reuters news agency describes an apocalyptic wasteland. A resident on the other side of the front line describes a dead city without cars or voices or children, but with burning buildings and dead bodies lying beside the houses. A report in a Russian newspaper has indicated that almost 10,000 Russian servicemen have been killed since the start of the invasion. The figures, which were published on Sunday, were later removed. Russia's foreign ministry has summoned the US ambassador in Moscow to protest about comments by President Biden, who recently called President Putin a war criminal. The ministry said such statements had pushed Russian-American relations to breaking point. European Union defence and foreign ministers have approved a new strategy to strengthen the bloc's defence, saying it needed to make a quantum leap forward in the current, more hostile security environment. The EU's foreign policy chief hailed it as a turning point. In other news, the United States has formally declared that the violence against the Rohingya minority committed by Myanmar's army amounted to genocide and crimes against humanity. And the US Senate Judiciary Committee is holding 4 days of hearings on the nomination of the first black woman to the Supreme Court. In her opening statement, Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged independence if confirmed and said she prided herself in deciding cases from a neutral position. BBC News.
Next, as global gas prices continue to soar to record highs, driven even higher because of Russia's war against Ukraine, there's renewed interest in using energy sources like hydrogen to reduce dependence on gas and oil in the future. In a world first, one neighbourhood in Scotland is creating a 100% green hydrogen network for heating and cooking. This comes as many European countries are looking at how they can blend hydrogen into their gas networks. The BBC's Rick Kelsey has been finding out more.
The gas flame burns bright with promise over the North Sea, and Gas Council experts plan for the day, none too distant according to them, when the whole of Britain may be using natural gas.
The mid-1960s, the last major change in how Britain heated its homes. Now half a century on, as gas prices reach new record highs with the war in Ukraine, there's a plan to move away from methane and bring hydrogen into the UK's gas system. We're on this remote airbase near Hadrian's Wall in Cumbria in the north of England, high in the hills with sporadic pine trees sometimes touching low clouds. And it's here where that change is being tested. Tony Green, head of hydrogen from the National Grid, is with us.
Blending is taking the natural gas that we've got today running in the network and start with a small quantity of hydrogen. It's just another gas. We mix it up at that point and we push that down through the network instead. A user will not really notice any difference at all at low levels, and we will just build that level up over time. We want to be ready from 2025 to do our piece, which is move gas from A to B.
Some of the network's biggest pipelines have been brought here. They normally carry methane across the 5,000-mile network to homes and businesses. Now, though, they're being tested to blend hydrogen, and the grid does not want to stop there. Eventually, they want to replace natural gas completely with low-carbon hydrogen, either produced from wind or where natural gas is steamed and the CO2 emissions captured and stored.
We need hydrogen production to start here in the UK so that we can actually take an injection of hydrogen onto the network.
So realistically, is there going to be enough hydrogen to actually make this happen?
So hydrogen production is planned to start here in the UK. Then this is low carbon hydrogen production in the northeast and the northwest by around that 2025 period, so it's entirely possible that we're going to see that. On top of that, we're seeing some of the green hydrogen production. This is the electrolyzed water, but we're starting to see some larger scale plans coming on. So mid-decade, yeah, we can absolutely see this happening.
Can you realistically see a time where you are no longer putting natural gas, methane, into the national grid, and you are just putting hydrogen, green hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen into the grid?
Yeah, it's not going to happen immediately. It's going to happen over a period of years. The beauty of hydrogen is we can store it. So for the days that the wind's not blowing, the sun's not shining, we've got hydrogen that we can actually run our power generation, and running it around our network is the best way of doing that overall.
That was Tony Green, who's the head of hydrogen at the UK's National Grid, talking to my colleague Rick Kelsey. And this is News Hour from the BBC. This is Andrew Peach in London on the BBC World Service. Welcome to NewsHour. European Union defence and foreign ministers have approved a new plan to strengthen the bloc's defences, saying it needed to make a quantum leap forward in the current, more hostile security environment. Josep Borrell is the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs.
We are not living in the world we would like to be. We live in the world the way it is. And this world is dangerous. This world is challenging. Our neighborhood is in flames. From Gibraltar to Ukraine, we are surrounded by a circle of challenges, of dangerous situations, and we have to face them. And that's why the Union has to build progressively a common security and defense policy.
Our Brussels correspondent is Jessica Parker. So they're calling it a strategic compass, but what does that mean?
Yes, one of those sorts of EU documents that has sort of these slightly jargony-sounding names, but it's basically a roadmap, set of ambitions to have more coordination amongst EU member states on military intelligence, cyber, spending and procurement as well, also trying to basically encourage member states to spend more on defence. Of course, we've already seen countries like Germany come forward and say they'll do that unilaterally. It also talks about this European Peace Facility, which is a fund it's now using to actually pay for weapons that are going into Ukraine. That is a first for the European Union. It hasn't sent weapons, or paid for weapons, I should say, for active conflicts before. And it also talks about this EU rapid deployment capacity, the ability to deploy up to 5,000 troops. But Josep Borrell saying this is not an EU army. Of course, the idea of an EU army is this rather mythical idea that never appears but is often talked about. But this is the bloc trying to be more assertive on the world stage, a more serious actor, more able to protect its own security and interests. But as I say, it is a roadmap, a set of ambitions. It doesn't mean that everything in these bits of papers will actually come to pass over the next 5 to 10 years.
Now, what you've described there is what this meeting was supposed to be about. Ukraine and indeed some other countries wanted it to be a discussion that also touched on what further sanctions could be taken against Russia. Did that get talked about?
It certainly got talked about, and it was interesting because as ministers arrived this morning, that was the main subject of discussion. Some countries, particularly the likes of Lithuania, really pushing the idea of energy sanctions. So could you see some sort of embargo on Russian imports of oil and gas? Because the concern is that by buying Russian energy, you're paying for the Kremlin to fund the war. Now, while it was talked about, actually what Josep Borrell has come out and said this evening is that he doesn't expect any further package of sanctions this week. He's saying that procedurally it just doesn't look likely at the moment. That doesn't mean EU leaders, when they meet here in Brussels for a big summit later this week, won't talk about it. But I think it's certainly true to say that member states are divided as to whether to go down that road.
And what's the rationale for that? Because the appeal came quite directly from Vladimir Zelensky. Don't give Vladimir Putin another euro, another dollar. What's the argument against that?
So one argument, I was speaking to a politician earlier this week about this very issue, is they were saying, well, take, for example, Germany, one of the countries known to be reluctant to go down this road, although everyone's trying to find ways of weaning themselves off rather than cutting themselves off necessarily from Russian oil, gas and coal. But they were saying, well, if you cut Germany off from those types of energy supplies, that will seriously damage the German economy. Now, will a weak German economy, a weak Germany, because businesses will have to close down, actually be a good thing for Europe, actually be a good thing for an assertive Europe in the face of Russian aggression? And of course, I mean, realistically, politicians are very worried. They're worried about rising energy prices. They're worried in some areas of public unrest. They're worried of people being incredibly unhappy. If they can't afford to buy petrol anymore, they can't afford to pay their bills as well. So there are political concerns as well as practical business concerns coming from some countries. But certainly there are those who take a harder line in saying, well, the problem is so acute, we've got to act now.
Jessica Parker with me from Brussels. So sanctions against Russia are under discussion there. The existing sanctions are already starting to bite in Moscow. Take a look at newspaper front pages in Moscow on Monday. You'll have seen pictures of empty supermarket shelves, leading the government to deny there was a shortage of sugar or buckwheat. The Moscow Exchange reopened for some trading after a 3-week absence. During its first hour, some bonds fell to prices not seen since 2014. We don't yet know when trading in stocks will resume amid fears of a market collapse. Felix Light is from the Moscow Times. So was the fact that the Moscow Exchange reopened at all a success?
Well, in very limited terms, yes, I suppose. It signalled at least a sort of a confidence from the part of the Russian central bank, on the part of the Russian authorities, that they could sort of get through the day of trading. But of course, as you mentioned yourself, this was a very, very, very limited reopening. Really, only the Russians were sort of trading government bonds. Now, the stocks is quite a sort of a different matter. That was where really the damage was sort of felt while trading was open when the war begun. And sort of there's a very real chance, I think, that sort of a lot of Russian corporate listings that are on that Russian stock exchange in Moscow could take sort of serious damage. And they're, I think, a lot more exposed to the economic risks right now than the government bonds are.
Give me a sense of the extent to which the existing sanctions are biting on the Russian economy. We know they will, but how are we actually seeing that?
Well, above all, I think the real impact of the sanctions is being felt on the Russian currency and the Russian central bank most of all. The real nuclear option that I would suggest the Russian state frankly wasn't ready for was sanctions on the central bank. Because, of course, the Russian central bank holds vast amounts of its reserves, some of the world's largest foreign exchange reserves and gold reserves, outside Russia. So when sanctions kicked in, about half of Russia's reserves, something like $300 billion, an enormous amount of money, was sort of trapped in German banks, in British banks, in Japanese banks, and in American banks to some extent. And so that's what really hit hard, I think. We see the state being increasingly unable to prop up the ruble, which of course has suffered real damage, and which has made imports much more expensive, and so what you see on the Russian high street, as it were, is real problems with supply chains. Companies that are pulling out of the country, not because of sanctions per se, but because the supply chain issues are basically making it impossible to service their customers. This is what we see with a lot of companies, companies like McDonald's actually, which are not formally covered by sanctions, but which are running into problems in doing the basics of their business in Russia these days. So a lot of this comes from the sanctions on the central bank, I would suggest.
And Felix, despite what the Russian government might want us to believe, is there a shortage of basic items like sugar, like wheat?
Well, it remains to be seen, I think. There are certain examples of panic buying. And of course, the Russian economy, despite 8 years of import substitution and this idea of fortress Russia, making the economy sanctions proof, which was an idea that became very fashionable after the annexation of Crimea and the sanctions in 2014, that never really happened. And Russia's economy, especially in key areas like food, really is still very keenly tied into the global economy. Earlier last year, before there was even talk of a war in Ukraine, there were already spiraling food prices because there was a protectionist policy being followed by the Russian government. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if we do see quite acute shortages of staple goods right now. It's hard to make a statement, make a firm judgment about whether that's happening right now or whether it's simply panic buying. But certainly there is a lot of alarm among Russian consumers, I would suggest.
Felix Light from the Moscow Times. Facebook and Instagram's activities have been deemed extremist by a court in Moscow and they're now banned in Russia. The Prosecutor General's office cited alleged posts calling for violence against Russian citizens and military personnel in Ukraine. Although we noticed that some hours later, the Russian Defense Ministry was still itself posting on Facebook. Vitaly Shevchenko is the Russia editor at BBC Monitoring. I asked Vitaly why Facebook finds itself in this situation.
The underlying reason why all of this is happening is, of course, that the Russian government isn't really keen for the Russians to see all the videos and pictures of horrible developments happening in Ukraine. But we have to remember that Facebook has been banned in Russia for a while, blocked in Russia for a while, for more than 2 weeks now, as is Twitter. Restrictions are posed on Twitter as well, Instagram too. So in practical terms, little changes for your average Facebook, Twitter and Instagram user in Russia. The point of doing this now seems to be to target the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, Meta, and a lot of people are scratching their heads in Russia trying to understand what the latest ruling means, and it seems to be designed to stop payments being made from Russia into the accounts of those companies.
Because if you did stop Russian people accessing social media platforms that they like, you would, yes, stop images that perhaps the Russian government wouldn't want their population to see, but you'd also stop messages from the Russian government that they very much want Russian people to see and hear.
The reality is that Facebook isn't such a popular social network in Russia. Last time we had a credible survey, it was on 10%. Contacted, the most popular social network, it was on 44%. But the the way things are in Russia at the moment, most young people, they know how to circumvent these blocks. They've been using things like virtual private networks to bypass government blocks for a while now, so they will hardly see any difference. And the way it works in Russia, the government is trying to block it, but it's not really working.
Okay, and obviously Telegram is another thing that's very popular, seems to me, with people in Russia and Ukraine at the moment.
It seems to be taking off now because it's possible to circumvent those blocks, but it's inconvenient, and Telegram seems to be where all those people are flocking. And while Facebook isn't hugely big in terms of numbers, this is where your opinion leaders, opinion formers, influential journalists are. The same goes for Twitter, and they seem to be now flocking to Telegram as well.
And just finally, Vitaly, tell me about this report in Pravda, which gives a very precise number of Russian troops who've been killed in Ukraine.
Now, Komsomolskaya Pravda is Russia's most popular daily, with very strong links to the Kremlin, the military, and security services. And suddenly, today, it said online that 9,861 Russian soldiers have been killed in Ukraine. This number is staggering. It's more than the estimate given by officials in Washington, and it's much, much bigger than Russia's official number, which is 498. That number, the latest number of almost 10,000 people, has been now removed from online.
Vitaly Shevchenko, the Russia editor of BBC Monitoring. On the way in NewsHour, being cured of COVID using a COVID vaccine, and an anthology of poems about a war that's less than a month old. Do stay with us. This is NewsHour from the BBC World Service. Good to have your company.
Now let's look at what else you can hear from the BBC World Service. At 23 GMT, today's guest on Hard Talk is the EU Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson.
So this is a pretty tough response. It's not militarily engaging in Ukraine. I think it's important to keep NATO out of a war in Ukraine.
Then the conversation is between women generating renewable energy.
If a wind farm is not designed well, it can actually impact a flight path of certain migratory birds. But once that is done well, then I think that's something that really can be negated or cannot be an issue.
And at midnight GMT, we join Max Pearson for the History Hour.
With the architectural heritage of Ukraine threatened by Russian bombardment, we look at the role of buildings in history, from Dresden to Chandigarh, from Tehran to London. Does what we build and what we destroy define us?
That's all still to come here on the BBC World Service. Now it's back to NewsHour.
And a reminder of our top story. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Ukraine will never bow to ultimatums from Russia and surrender its big cities. As the fighting continues for the city of Mariupol, he said Ukraine would never accept Russian occupation. Earlier in NewsHour, we're hearing the thoughts of Nadejda, who lives in Mariupol.
Windows are black and without glass. Curtains are wafting out of them like tongues. I look at this calmly and feel cursed. I'm sure I'm going to die soon, in a matter of days. In this city, everyone is constantly waiting for death. I just wish death wasn't so frightening.
Also this hour, the Foreign Ministry in Moscow has summoned the US ambassador and warned that relations with Washington are on the verge of rupture. There's more online at bbc.com/news. This is Andrew Peach in London with NewsHour from the BBC World Service. Now, many of us know what it's like to have COVID or to be told to isolate. Imagine constantly testing positive and having to stay indoors for more than 7 months. That's what happened to Ian Lester from Caerphilly in Wales. His infection finally ended when he became the first person in the world to have their COVID treated with a dose of vaccine. His doctors think vaccines could change care for people who have persistent infections. Our health and science correspondent James Gallagher went to meet Ian.
There was a lot of TV watching. I read a lot of books, played the guitar quite a lot. I did a lot of the cooking. It just felt like every day was the same. I was living in Groundhog Day. You just end up doing nothing and sitting there staring at the wall.
I've come to meet Ian Lester. He has a rare genetic condition that makes it much harder for his body to fight infection. Once he caught COVID, he just couldn't shift it, and he tested positive and stayed at home for more than 7 months.
It slowly became my prison cell, especially when it got to the summertime and the restrictions were lifting
for everyone else,
for everybody else, and you could see family and friends starting to get back to a real life and do things, go on holidays, and I was still getting these positive results.
Was it worrying though? Because I'm just thinking, like, you start off with not really any symptoms at all, and then they're slowly getting worse over time. Were you worried that the virus is starting to, get the upper hand?
Yeah, I did. After the 3 months, I just couldn't see an end to it, and that's when I started feeling ill. The fatigues, the headaches, the tight chest.
I've come to University Hospital of Wales in Cardiff to meet the team that's treated Ian. Hi James, welcome to the Immunology Hub Lab for Wales. This is where all of the samples for Ian and the other immune deficient patients are assessed for their cells, their antibodies and other parts of the immune system.
Professor Stephen Jollies runs this hospital laboratory, which was closely monitoring the battle between the COVID virus and Ian's body. Ian was not able to clear the infection, so the team tried something new.
At the time, our potential treatments were very limited, and so we had to think a little bit out of the box and use vaccination potentially in a setting where it's not normally used, which is to treat infection. I'm fascinated by the immunology of this, Stephen. How come an infection that he had for so long didn't build enough of an immune response to treat it, but a vaccine did? It's a really good question, and I think it speaks to the underlying immune deficiency that he has. So this infection was burbling along, but with his immune system was just not enough to kick off a response sufficient to clear it. So the vaccine really made a huge difference both in antibodies and T cells, and utilised and squeezed every last drop of what his immune system could do to clear that infection.
Stephen and his team were delighted when Ian started testing negative. It was the first time a vaccine had been used to treat COVID. They hope this approach can help others who can't shake the infection.
James Gallagher reporting. Poems written in the throes of war date back to the ancient Greeks, although war poetry is most associated with the First World War. Those caught in conflict are driven to record the history they're witnessing and how they feel about it. But their work can now be shared so quickly. There is already an anthology of poems depicting the war in Ukraine, which began less than 4 weeks ago. The poets include soldiers, civilians and refugees. One of them is Oksana Kovalenko, who's an English teacher from Nikolaev. She's been translating many of the poems into English, including her own, Home Walls.
This cupboard, this door, porcelain, plaques, mirrors, tiles, jugs, jars with pickles, perfume bottles. They take sides with the enemy. They aim at your eye, neck, stomach. Things can go crazy at any moment. Bury them in the past. Right now, only the walls. Only 2 walls protect you like the wings of an angel.
Oksana, thank you so much for reading that. Now, let me ask you what inspired you to write that poem that you've just kindly shared with us.
A lot of Ukrainian cities have been under shelling from the sky. We have been attacked by all kinds of artillery. And, we have been given instructions spread on the internet. These instructions described how to behave better during the shelling. There should be 2 walls that separate you from the street. So if the rocket or some missile hits your flat, it's a kind of 2 walls are the best protection for you. And so we were advised to take off the mirrors from the wall, to remove all the glass objects, because this is the most often cause for death
And obviously this is a time when you're in danger, the situation is incredibly stressful, everyone's incredibly busy, which you wouldn't necessarily associate with being creative. So why does it lead you and others to be creative in this way, do you think?
Probably this is an attempt to put your thoughts and emotions in some order. It creates some sort of control in the situation where you actually don't control anything. So like war intrudes your world, it breaks all your life, and you need to figure out, to describe to yourself and probably to other people and to the world what's going on, not only outside but sometimes inside. It's a kind of, we have become the witnesses and we witness the history. Even if our bodies are destroyed physically, something will remain. So we are working on the project to show the poetry that has been created during these 26 dreadful days of the war. You know, the project unites many people.
We've spoken, Oksana, about the tradition of war poetry. I guess what's different here is the fact that the poems can be pulled together online within days of the war breaking out.
Definitely. It looks like the immediate diary that is created right on the spot. Our anthology of war poetry includes more than 50 authors. They are from every single corner of Ukraine. They represent the nation, and they are written by witnesses, victims of the war, by civilians, but some of them are even written by the military. Some describe what's going on with people who are refugees, who have become homeless in an instant, whose life was at plans were broken due to the war.
That was Oksana Kovalenko, who's from Mykolaiv but is now in Poland on the Anthology for Resistance. Our website will keep you in touch at bbc.com/news. From me, Andrew Peach, and the team here in London, thank you for listening to NewsHour.
This is the BBC World Service, with music producer Ryan Bervig looking into why the US is the world's leading jailer.
The United States of America has less than 5% of the world's population and around 25% of the world's prisoners.
You can actually turn someone that's good into a monster.
We'll be giving voice to the people behind the numbers. Mass incarceration from the inside.
At bbcworldservice.com/documentaries.
جواب ندادن و در واقع تا حد زیادی ملاحظات سیاسی در رابطه با این قضیه مطرح بود. وقتی که بحث در واقع دادخواهی، حق خواهی و روند در واقع قضایی
ما میخوایم این شمع وجود ایزان رو از این اریا و بادها در انتهای یکی از پاریزترین شبهای تاریخ ایران محافظت کنیم. برگردیم ببینیم کسانی که در وضعیت‌های مشابه ما زندگی میکردن چه میکنن.
朝阳顺义y Changping, con los parques Huayujo, funciona como el pulmón verde más grande dentro de la sexta carretera de circunvalación de Beijing, con un área total planificada de 30 kilómetros cuadrados. ¿Por qué es considerado un parque de neutralidad de carbono? En el noroeste del parque Huayujo se estableció un lugar especial llamado Valle Inteligente del Futuro, con un área total de unos 4,8. 会议听起来，全国人大常委会副秘书长信春英分别会副秘书长信春英。الأفعال المعتدلة هذه خاصة الأفعال. Los productos tecnológicos de protección ambiental bajos en carbono son ampliamente utilizados. Por ejemplo, ventanas de gran apertura para la ventilación, muros de cortina de vidrio y sistemas de recolección y reutilización de agua de lluvia que ayudan a reducir el consumo de energía y agua durante la operación y el mantenimiento diarios. En cuanto al paisajismo, se seleccionan especies de árboles endémicos con una fuerte capacidad de secuestro de carbono y fáciles de mantener, y se llevan a cabo investigaciones de monitoreo y medición de sumideros de carbono. Basándose en 15 tipos de instalaciones interactivas inteligentes integradas en 12 puntos escénicos principales, este espacio verde es el primero en crear un sistema de visitar el parque con crédito de carbono en la ciudad de Beijing. Es decir, el sistema puede registrar los comportamientos positivos con bajas emisiones de carbono, como los viajes ecológicos, la protección del medio ambiente y el aprendizaje científico por parte de los turistas en las instalaciones interactivas, y convertirlos en crédito de carbono. Por ejemplo, en una instalación que se llama Maratón Bajo en Carbono, los ciudadanos pueden registrarse a través de reconocimiento facial y pueden obtener créditos de carbono después de correr a través de una ruta designada de 1 kilómetro. Este viaje virtual bajo en carbono establece interesantes juegos interactivos. Los ciudadanos también pueden obtener créditos de carbono eliminando los elementos de carbono de dibujos animados en la pantalla. Los visitantes pueden cambiar el crédito de carbono por cupones de descuento, reservas de estacionamiento o regalos culturales creativos, entre otras opciones. Más adelante, la segunda fase del Valle Inteligente del Futuro continuará enfocándose en el tema de la neutralidad de carbono, planificando y diseñando lugares como un parque de exhibición de energía, una plaza interactiva inteligente, un bosque de energía, un puente peatonal fotovoltaico, etc. Con todas estas medidas, se estima que el sumidero de carbono acumulado en el parque alcanzará unas 12.646 toneladas para el 2060. Frente a la crisis climática mundial, como líder de una nación responsable, el presidente chino Xi Jinping planteó en su discurso durante el debate general del 75º período de sesiones de la Asamblea General de la ONU, celebrado en 2020, que el objetivo de China es llegar al pico de emisiones de CO2 antes de 2030 y conseguir la neutralidad de carbono antes de 2060. Nosotros, como individuos, también podemos contribuir al medio ambiente cambiando los hábitos y adoptando un estilo de vida bajo en carbono. Por ejemplo, reducir el uso de los coches privados, ahorrar electricidad, evitar cambiar el móvil frecuentemente, utilizar bolsas de tela durante las compras, entre otras acciones. Esperamos lograr un futuro sostenible y mejor a través de los esfuerzos de cada gobierno, cada empresa y cada persona. Amigos, terminamos nuestro programa de hoy. Hasta la próxima.
想起我小时候喜欢在雨中奔跑，想要买张车票去给他一个拥抱，等铺上了地毯也要养上一只猫，晚霞染红天空，这么日子会有风，曾经害怕的他现在还牵挂着他，万福幸福脸颊，心事也慢慢放下。亲爱的朋友啊，我要大家你们他，想和他有个家，就像梦里的那样。狂风不停，我也不会畏惧，因为有你和我一起。人生多么美妙，记得保持微笑，美好生活都将你拥抱，好好的吃个饭，好好的睡一觉，好好生活，原来就是美好。唱一首我怀念的青春年少，这平凡的一天，其中没许多奇妙，做惯的一瞬间，眼里含满了骄傲，神舟飞向了太空，仰望天空英雄，人生多么美妙，记得保持微笑，美好生活都将你拥抱，好好的吃个饭，好好的睡一觉，好好生活，原来就是美好。在夕阳下奔跑，日子扬起微笑，美好生活静静的舞蹈，好好经历长大，好好陪你变老，好好的记录，好好的美好。那一年我们一起好好，那一天我们一起好好。
Hoy día sufrimos los efectos de las altas temperaturas como consecuencia del calentamiento global, pero también somos más conscientes de la conveniencia de una vida de bajo carbono. A pesar del deshielo de los glaciares y la subida del nivel del mar, la batalla contra el calentamiento global continúa. Cuatro de cada 10 especies desaparecen a causa del hombre. La llegada de la sociedad industrial aceleró el ritmo de extinción de las especies. Ahora 1/8 de las plantas, 1/4 de los mamíferos, 1/9 de las aves y 1/4 de los anfibios están en peligro de extinción. El hombre tala árboles, desvía o rellena ríos, destruye el hábitat de muchas especies, contamina, practica la caza furtiva o la compra y venta de animales. En solo 100 años se ha reducido un 50% de la selva del planeta. En nuestras manos La salvación del planeta depende de todos.
Al cortar un árbol, cortamos una parte de nuestra vida. Cuida el ambiente.变成一对差别缘分，常常朋友少点天分，当然不是每个人都能。我们继承奔腾不的天真，每个天真选择不深，因为成熟需要不诚恳。你也不承认自己会适合坚持这分寸，却又依赖着人玩，旋转几轮变成我们深刻的指纹，留在每个爱过的人心房里下文，爱过几分，恨过几轮，越仔细越痛。等了多久，染过青春，却憎恨，越染奋不顾身。 味，你是否认真？时间的年轮，是最后我们沉沦的一阵。旋转飞轮变成我们深刻的指纹，都在每个爱过的人心房里下完。故事。旋转起来，变成我们深刻的指纹，都在每个爱过的人心房里下纹。
面对的是这些年事件。
Grains rich in B group of vitamins are necessary for maintaining brain health and strong memory. Green tea? Well, green tea reduces cholesterol and homocysteine, ensuring the maintenance of brain function. Whole foods, whole grain products, which are energy depots of brain functions, reduce distractibility and helps focus. It also regulates blood circulation. Next item on your list is yogurt. Yogurt, the calcium-rich yogurt, helps to strengthen memory. Try to consume per day at least 2 servings of yogurt or other dairy products. Blueberry, the consumption of fruits and vegetables of dark red and purple color improves memory.
Form of nói technology, central.
Alliterative, like Peter, you know, or something.
She went with Albert, or rather probably Albert.
Oh, there you go.
Parce que le soir, je peux pas dormir.
Ukraine crisis appeal. So next time you visit, please donate if you can.
Okay, it's time now for the Book on One, and the Book on One for the month of March is a selection of Irish travel-related writing that take us from Lilliput, along the Ganges, and into the Irish imagination and mythology. This week, Bosco hopes...
Produsele către beneficiarii finali. Selecția
Anita, tenemos todos reír a Sarao.
You can tell Colin about accents put me in a particular format.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, my accent's, 30% less Northern Irish than when I moved here, and I hear that in the same way, Billy, you hear the change in yours, but I don't hear it as much, and then you don't hear it in mine. Can you give me...
It's certainly true that my accent goes up when I go on stage.
Yes.
That's definitely true.
Yes.
I don't know why that is. My mother used to give me real grief about it. She once told a journalist in the NME who spoke to her, he actually said to him, he doesn't talk like this at home.
Oh, brilliant.
What she meant was I didn't use so many swear words is what she actually meant.
Yes.
But it came across as like I was putting the Cockney accent on, which is a bit embarrassing.
Brilliant.
I bet you're so annoyed at her.
You can't get annoyed at your mum like that, but I was like, oh man, don't drop me in it. Don't drop me in it.
I was going to say about my mum, actually, because she's Geordie. She grew up in Newcastle, but she was born in Ireland. And she, I didn't know she had an accent but until I was about 17, and someone was like, oh, your mum's accent. I was like, oh, I doesn't have an accent. And then I thought about it, and I was like, oh my God, she does. And I've just gone my whole life not even clocking it, because she's just my mum.
Which one out? Was it the Irish accent or the Geordie accent?
It depends. Because it can change. This is one thing I think is actually interesting and relating to the performance thing, is it can change. If she's annoyed at me, it can go one way. If she's you know what I mean?
Yeah, Irish straight away.
If she has, in different moods, if different people come over, it actually, her accent can sort of pick up different tones depending on what's going on, and I think that's really interesting.
I love how the whole conversation has expanded as well, and everyone at home will be thinking about that as well. I couldn't do this show from Northern Ireland. I couldn't do it from really Ulster, because honestly, by the 5th show, nobody would be able to understand me. Because when I get near the roots, I speed up about 30% again.
Yeah.
Because I subconsciously slow everything down, and it's not being I'm not being unnatural. It's just you have to, and every day I do it when I go to the shop. Honestly, it would just the show would just be like, it would literally be like, welcome to Next Week's Radio 5, come on next week, Billy Bryan. No one would have a clue. I'm going to play this track quickly as an example of where an accent can change. So this is London's White Snake. I think David Coverdale was born in I think he's definitely London, if not the same area as our two guests, give or take. said, there's nothing against it. I just wanted to point that out. We've got so many texts coming in of different areas. So I think we agree that punk really found an English voice, right?
No, it doesn't have to be English. It doesn't have to be English, Colin. It's your own voice, wherever you're from. That's the thing.
Well, you could throw in SLF, you could throw in the Undertones, throw in a lot, right? Punk found its voice, absolutely. But maybe it's only something that we've seen across the board, as in we go into every single little town, and you two I think are probably going to hit me with an absolute definitely not, right? But I think reggae and Britpop has got a huge part to play in this, because that's the only one I can think where no matter where you were from, you sounded like where you were from. The Stone Roses sound like they were from Manchester, as did Oasis when they eventually came along after. Pulp, Jarvis Cocker sounded exactly as he talked. Was exactly his voice of how he sang.
Yeah.
You go through that whole list, you're only going to pull out one or two that work like that. And you know, a great example, I think, would be Catatonia and Keris Matthews. Loads of people sent in. I mean, that is as best an example I can think of.
Yeah.
So that whole era deserves it. You know, for whatever you think of the music, whether it's in your record collection or not, Billy, that was huge. Every single band seemed to come out so proud of the village, the town, the city they were from.
Well, that was a whole part of the whole Britpop thing, though, wasn't it? It was kind of a reaction against Americanism, in the same way the punk was a reaction against Americanism.
Yeah.
You know, it's that attempt to put some distance between what at the time is the dominant culture and bring it back to something that's both local, but because it's local, it also has an authenticity to the listener. For the English or Welsh or Scots or Northern Irish listener can immediately identify with it. I think that's very powerful still. Authenticity is a very powerful currency in culture. And that's why lots of, you know, nice middle-class kids sing with Cockney accents. You know, it's always been, I mean, look at the Stones. I mean, listen to how Mick Jagger talked back in the 1960s. It was a posho, you know, he's put that choice on in over the years.
Is that where the biggest bands now then, Kate, have a little bit of bragging rights over the biggest bands back then, albeit different eras, and we're, you know, as I say, we respect it, but Billy's right when it comes to Rolling Stones. We've talked about the progression towards their accents of the Beatles. We throw U2 in there, whereas the bigger artists now, you could genuinely point to and say, yeah, you sound like you're talking mainly.
I mean, I think it's a really interesting time because I think authenticity is so important, and having diversity in music is really important, but actually we can't talk about that without pointing out that, like, artists are being paid so poorly for their work that like that's going to become quite difficult to have that diversity and to have people from working class backgrounds, because 0.002% that you're splitting with a record label and your bandmate doesn't pay the rent for a lot of people. And also then you're saying that, like, it's also ableist, because you're saying that people have to be able to go on tour to earn money, and some people physically can't do that or mentally can't do that. So I think it's like, it's so important that we talk about paying artists fairly, so that music doesn't become a club for the rich. Because we do need authenticity, we do need diversity, we do need, like, people of all types of backgrounds to be the voices of our culture. And if we don't pay artists properly, like, that's not going to be able to stay the case.
We have to make sure, Billy, that when somebody listens to the next Kate Nash or the next Billy Bragg, the next themselves from their bedroom, and starts getting popularity and gets enough downloads and enough plays to warrant to be paid for every time it's listened to, that money is not going to a bigger artist.
Yeah, you have to make sure that the door remains open. You know, part of it's also about, you know, getting music in schools, encouraging people in education to go into music and go into songwriting. But Kay is absolutely right. It's much more difficult for people coming from a working class background to get the wherewithal to be able to support themselves in a career in live music these days, because of the recordings, because of the cost of going out on the road. You know, and I mean, when I was very fortunate, when I was starting out, you could be on the dole at the same time as doing gigs on the side, and you could live on that. You can't really do that anymore. So there's a whole generation of people who would have time to go out and you know, experiment and learn their trade in the way that I did, they're not able to do that anymore.
Absolutely. Let's go through this entire list of tracks that's been sent in. The one thing that we'd be missing from this glorious ad-libbed tete-a-tete-a-tete with Billy Bragg and Kate Nash is just firing through tunes. Mentioned this already, but let's throw it in.
All you've got to do today is find peace of mind.
And proof this song that just because you use your accent in its full brogue, that you can't break people's hearts, that you can't get people dancing, that you can't get people punching the air in anger. Of course you can. It doesn't stick to folk music. It doesn't stick to particular niches. It can be global. These are all examples of it. But this is Keris Matthews. Obviously, we can take you from Welsh to Scottish. So many, really, to be fair. But this came in a lot.
You say I love you, boy.
Huge fans out there. Biffy Clyro on the Biff. This is for our Natalie Jameson, by the way. And Shaggy, not that one.
Yeah. Just you all the same.
All the same. Love it. No, these are my top 3 Scottish, right? So I was going to just play Arab Strap, but I was worried of a few swearies. So let's get part of it. And Malcolm Middleton here.
We're all gonna die. All that does nothing. We'll all have to face the Lord. There's a way on it. It's paid everybody. More close like these to be fear. So long if I die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, you're gonna die.
Number one on the course. You know, they've been doing it forever. They're fantastic live. They have never ever sung a word that wasn't in full leaf.
My heart was broken. My heart was broken. Sorrow, 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 sorrow.
Have you ever? That's just a weird question to ask Billy Bragg. Have you ever seen the Proclaimers live?
Oh yeah, I've done gigs with them. I've done festivals with them. Yeah,
that's
really great.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's orgasmic. You played together. Have you ever? Who supported who, or was it festival?
Oh, just at a festival, you know, where you're on there. And they were in Bridport a couple of years ago. They did a warm-up show in Bridport. I took my boy along to see it. Their harmonies were just, you know. I mean, that's the other thing is, you know, when people come from the same background, obviously twins clearly do. But if you think of Lennon and McCartney come from the same part of the same city, they are much more able to harmonise in their own accents together than people who, you know, who didn't grow up together. That's an absolute key part of being able to sing in your own accent, to be in a band with people from your own neck of the woods.
The lyrics matter as well. So when you listen, listen, the Proclaimers have many songs that have got absolutely nothing to do with Scotland at all. Then I Met You would be a good example of that. You know, Let's Get Married is one of the bigger songs. But they have loads that aren't. But when they're singing about sunshine and Leith, you can't do that in anything but that accent. And that takes it. Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say Fog on the Tyne, Lindisfarne.
Yes.
Alan Hall. My mum being a Geordie, we grew up listening to loads of Lindisfarne. And that's Fog on the. How can you sing Fog on the Tyne without?
You're pushing the Geordie thing a lot. So let me see what I've got here. You've dropped enough hints. Okay, what about this? I mean, they even do the music in this. That is a great cover.
Even the uh-oh is...
Yeah.
Hiding in the dark, hiding on the street.
Right, take the music down. I realise I just made a huge mistake. Right, don't even bother. I know you're typing the tweet or the text now. Just stop. People make mistakes. It happens all the time. I happen to love both the Future Heads and Maximo Park. The Future Heads are from Sunderland. And let me
you're in trouble now.
Could have been worse. Could have been Gateshead. You're really in trouble.
So Maximo Park are from there you go. So we can play Maximo Park. There you go. There's a wee bit of Geordie. Oh dear.
You're getting yourself in big trouble there, mate. Big trouble coming.
Major incident there. I once said on TV that Plymouth Argyle were Cornish, and that was a big one. That took weeks to clear up.
Night falls and towns become circuit boards. We can beat the sun as long as we keep moving. Free air, stadium lights stand out like flares, and all I know is that you're sat here right next to me.
Beautiful. Let me take you to Manchester. I'm surprised. I thought this would have been more, maybe one of my personal ones would have picked, but then everybody, David Morrissey sent in actually this one, the David Morrissey, Kate Williams and Marnie and Mrs. Jelly and Louise Mary Martin, all equal in this show. Guy Garvey, and if you listen to the words of this, Lippy Kids from Bill the Rocket Boys, the lyrics, this is what I mean about when you're singing about your local area, like your accent just makes your heart melt, and it's just great. This is about when you were a kid in the street corner, when you become an adult and you cross over the road to get away from yourself, your former self. That's what you did. When you become an adult and the fear builds, you cross the road rather than engaging with just kids. And I've done my best to fill as much of this really long intro as I can. I think I've done myself proud in front of Kate and Billy. And here is Guy.
Kids on the corner again. Lippy kids on the corner begin, saddle my clothes. Never perfected the semi stroll. The cigarettes and it was everything then. Do they know those days are gone? Build a rocket boat. Came down from the trees and curbstone cool. You were a freshly painted angel.
There you go.
Walking on.
That's such a great song.
The whole album is though, Billy. That record in particular is such a moment in time. There's a song about losing an elderly relative on it. I can't even listen to it. Floods of tears every time.
I'm the same.
Really?
It came out that I got onto the week my mum passed away 11 years ago last week, and every time I just hear that intro, it just but it's good. You need things like that. You need things to draw those feelings out. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
The songs that you're right. There are, you can sometimes block yourself out from songs, and then there's the odd song that comes along that will always make you cry. Don't matter how many times you listen to it.
Always take you back to that place.
Always takes you back, and it penetrates you even when you don't want it to. It just goes into the heart, and it's so funny that you have that song as well. It's
the power of music, though. That's, people want music to be able to change the world, but it can't. But it can really change how you feel about the world. That's the power of it.
Yeah.
What would be, as we are already way over, but who cares? Aaron Paul, do you care? Do you care that we relate to you right now?
Sorry, I wasn't actually listening to the question.
Are you worried that we're late for you right now? Are you phoning the 5 Live brass and saying I can't work under these conditions?
Their hotline is blinging right now.
Okay, I don't think it is. Right. One thing that we didn't mention, which I think is really important, the early grime artists that came through. There's a whole list actually that you can put on that all of a sudden we were like, okay, this is our voice. There's none of this prose anymore that's been in. I was asking Billy this, but no offence to you, Aaron, I would like to come to you in a second. I love how it's like, I'm in this conversation now. You brought in the newsreader, forget Billy Bragg and Kate Nash, I've got you called. Kate, that changed things forever for me. If we didn't have those early artists, we didn't have the work that the likes of Jamal Edwards was doing, that we wouldn't have the headliners that we've had of major festivals. We wouldn't have Dave and Stormzy and so many other artists who heard those trailblazers that just were so London, they were so Manchester, they were so Birmingham, they were exactly where they were from, and they told then, for me, that music, that grime, and UK, a lot of UK garage as well, they told the same folk tales as the Proclaimers, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking about things I, like, when I was a kid, because of, like, always spending holidays in Ireland and stuff. I mean, this isn't about London, but Irish music was on all the time in our house. Like, Christy Moore is one of my, like, favourite singers, Shane McGowan, and, like, that's just, I didn't even really think about that stuff, you know what I mean, until, like, I don't know, it's just, like, I think that being true, like, those voices are so comforting to me. The thing you were saying about Guy Garvey, and just, like, there's certain Christy Moore songs where I'm like, oh, it just hits, like, every, like, family bone in my body.
Do you want a retreat?
Yeah.
Do you want a retreat?
I do.
There you go. We'll be on this from last Thursday.
Beautiful.
I love it.
How's it going there, everybody?
How's it going there?
New York, Dundalk, good to Hawk and Delamatty. Here we are in the County Clare. It's a long, long way from here to there.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting in trouble.
I have to say this. I did some shows with Sean McGowan, who's a singer-songwriter from down Southampton. He was opening for him. He's a great guy, great songwriter, really cool guy. And one time in the soundcheck, he was singing a song by the Clancy Brothers. I think it was Wild Man in Time, which I kind of know really well. So I got up on stage, just in the moment to sing it with him, and we sang half a verse, and he stopped and he looked at me and he said, "Why are you singing in a bloody Irish accent?" And I couldn't help it. I just tuned in to how I heard it. You know, I don't know if he expected me to sing it in my Essex accent, but he looked at me like I didn't even realise. But I think, you know, that happens, you know, you find where the music is and you kind of tune yourself into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, just finally before you go, how important is it then, Kate, for those young artists out there picking up guitars or opening up their computers, whatever they're doing, to find their voice, to find their actual original voice in order to be themselves, not just in the sound that comes out of their mouths, but the emotions that come out of their heart and the thoughts that come out of their heads.
Yeah, that's what we need. That's the kind of music that loves and connects and moves people, and I feel like just really understanding that, like, if you're trying to connect to you rather than trying to replicate someone else, like, that's a really unique thing, and there's not going to be anyone else. Like, I think that you can always hold on to that as an artist as well, that, like, you're unique, you know what I mean? If you just become, like, depending on the trends, I feel like there was a few years ago where there was, like, a trend of, like, female voices on DJ tracks, and it was like, do you want to feature, it was like feature on a DJ track or whatever, and it was like everybody was doing it, and I was like, oh, I feel like I'm supposed to do that, but I'm not really. But I think that, like, that was so, like, tunneling into trends doesn't really work for longevity as an artist. No. Trying to be yourself will mean that, like, you'll connect with real fans and real people, and it will just be much more long-lasting for you as well, as being more valuable for everybody else.
Billy Frankie, I'll leave it to you to correct the wrong, the crime that's been committed over this 40-minute chat that you've had. You know, we've heard mention of various Essex and London artists, from the Bragg to the Clash, but I haven't heard the ultimate London accent artists, who I feel will be accused of snobbery if somebody doesn't just say the famous two names. Don't let me down, William.
I'm totally blanking here. Laurel and Hardy.
Oh, there's no American twang when it comes to the Chaz and the Dave. Let's give them a bit of respect here before we get an even score. Yeah, let's get a few lines. Chaz and Dave, it was never an option for them, so we worry about that.
But you never cared about me, now I'm seeing the light.
Wonderful. From chatting the injury in the blockheads from Catatonia to the Reclaimers. I think we got some real insight and such a wonderful 40-odd minutes of chat there with Billy Bragg and Kate Nash. Lots of love to you both, Kate. We'll speak again soon, yeah?
Oh, thanks for having me.
Chat
to you, Billy, as well.
Nice chatting to you as well, Kate. Give my regards to your mum.
I will.
Please do. I hope to see you out there on the festival stages sometime in the summer.
Can't wait.
To again.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, love it. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Billy.
Thanks, Colin.
Bye.
All the best, mate.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
Take care. Thank you, mate. There you go. Part of our late night club, Billy Bragg and Kate Nash. It is moments when you have two guests on who have sold. Are you there, Aaron?
I'm here.
When you have two guests on who are in their own right. See, to me, Kate obviously is not just a singer who I appreciate and like, but she's also an actress that I love. And I've bored her for many a times about Glow, for example. But also, then Billy Bragg's a proper hero of mine. But to hear him just say to her, "Here, say hello to your ma for me," I love that. That's what makes radio so special.
That's what it's all about.
Right? Who's your greatest accent?
My greatest accent?
Who's your, you know, what we're just talking about for the last 40 minutes, you know? An artist who sings in their own voice.
Well, I did mention it to the producer, and you ridiculed it when they first.
The producer didn't say anything to me. What
Sophie Aspects.
That's exactly the one everybody was thinking about.
But do you know what? One of our colleagues does a great impression of Lily Allen. She sings Lily Allen like note. Oh, I don't know if I can reveal it. Katie Smith does a great Lily Allen. Like genuinely, it is like word perfect. If you shut your eyes, you think you listen to Lily Allen.
Katie, if you're listening, you got to find your own voice. If you've learned anything from the last 42, 43 minutes. Right, we're back very shortly, Aaron. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it, mate. Let's get the news and sports headlines.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe has spoken publicly for the first time since her return from Iran, saying she was treated like a pawn during her detention in Tehran. The British Iranian charity worker was jailed and under house arrest for 6 years, a period she described as a black hole during a news conference in Westminster. The United States says it is in discussions to provide air defense systems to Ukraine. A Pentagon spokesperson told a news briefing the US was consulting with other countries about which kinds of weapons it could send. It has been reported some allies, including Slovakia, would be willing to give Ukraine anti-aircraft systems if they receive something to replace them. A Ukrainian negotiator has told the BBC his country's resilience is causing Russia to reassess the invasion's progress. He said that this has changed how peace talks are going between the two countries. Earlier, Ukraine ignored Moscow's demands to give up Mariupol, a besieged city in the south. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his people would not accept Russian occupation. Our top sports story this evening, and 3 times Masters champion Phil Mickelson will not compete at this year's tournament when it is played at the Augusta National next month. With the details, our golf correspondent Ian Carter has more.
Mickelson misses the Masters for the first time in 28 years. He's not played since explosive comments about Saudi Arabia and its proposed Golf Super League were made public last month. He bitterly regrets those remarks, which criticised the Saudi regime and admitted that they were reckless. Now his name on the Masters entry list has been included only in the category of past champions not playing. Intriguingly, that list does not yet include Tiger Woods, who's not played competitively since his car crash in February last year.
Crystal Palace fullback Tyreek Mitchell and Southampton defender Kyle Walker-Peters have both been given their first England senior call-ups ahead of friendlies against Switzerland and the Ivory Coast. They'll be joined in the squad by West Brom goalkeeper Sam Johnston and the Aston Villa striker Ollie Watkins. It follows the withdrawals of Aaron Ramsdale, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Reece James and Tammy Abraham through injury. To tonight's only EFL action, Forest Green ended their recent poor run of form as the solo Matty Stevens goal saw them beat Colchester by 1-0. In the Women's FA Cup, Cup semi-finals. Holders Chelsea will take on Arsenal in the last four in a repeat of last season's final. Manchester City, the 2019 winners, have been drawn against West Ham. In cricket, the England interim men's coach Paul Collingwood says he would be interested in a more permanent role with the team. Collingwood is in charge of the Test series against the West Indies after Chris Silverwood left following England's 4-0 Ashes defeat by Australia. And at the Women's Cricket World Cup, South Africa women are 123 for 2 as they take on Australia. Coverage continues with the TMS team over on Sports Extra.
BBC Sounds.
I'll get this business done. If you're a Peaky Blinders super fan itching to relive the showdowns of Series 6, what are you doing?
Trying to show you what's changed.
Or a Killing Eve fanatic praising theories on the fate of our deadly duo.
We analyse every episode and obsess over every single detail, painstakingly.
We've got the podcasts to get you obsessed. Obsessed with Peaky Blinders.
And obsessed with Killing Eve.
Listen
on BBC Sounds.
Colin Murray, weeknight, BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, welcome back. Thanks again to Philly, thanks again to Kate, and above all rest, thanks to you for getting involved in that in your hundreds and hundreds. And we always ask you to miss in, but see when something's really popular, we just don't have the manpower to go through every day. I spent a lot of time after the show reliving parts of it, but I was just looking through them all right now. I'm getting loads of stick for getting places slightly wrong, like Bury instead of Manchester. I would be the same if somebody said Newton Ards instead of Belfast, so I get where you're coming from, but you know, national radio and all of that. But that was a lovely little end of day conversation. You don't hear anywhere else. Returning to the news now, before after 12 o'clock, welcoming Dr. Chris Smith for the Midnight Medic. We're also going to be talking about a moment in TV history on this day in 1980 that changed TV forever. But right now I want to return to Ukraine, but one thing in particular, which is the time it's been 8 years since Russia seized Crimea, large chunk, of course, of Ukrainian territory. You'll hear it referenced a lot, but I'm not sure we all know the exact story behind it. I know enough, but I would like to know more, and I wanted to get an expert on to talk about it. So that's what we're going to hear now. Of course, today Ukraine fights for its entire existence as Russian troops attack major cities and attempt to encircle and take over the capital Kiev, although as slow as you can imagine with that brilliant resistance. Many Ukrainians say, of course, the annexation of Crimea is the start of the 8-year conflict that now, of course, has escalated to where it is. We're going to speak to the perfect guest on this anniversary in a moment. But in Russia, the annexation was celebrated, and there's common stories of people being forced into stadiums and stuff, but without a doubt, there's a lot of support for it as well. Special lessons in school, an event held over the weekend where President Putin addressed flag-waving crowds in the Luzhniki Stadium.
To liberate people from this sufferings, from the genocide, is the main inspiring motive of the military operation we started in Donbass and in Ukraine.
Maria Tomac is an expert on Crimea. She's a journalist and human rights defender, and she's currently the head of the Crimea Platform Department at the mission of the President of Ukraine in Crimea. The perfect guest to revisit this. Maria, thank you for being on 5 Live tonight.
Thank you for having me.
There are many dates this week, you know, whether it be, 8 years since Russian troops seized the southern region, Ukraine's southern region of Crimea. We saw the flag waving forced or otherwise, Putin's roadshow. What date is the date in your mind that you say marks the anniversary of what happened in 2014?
The invasion of Russian Federation in Crimea started in late February, at least as Ukraine considers it on February 20 of 2014.
Yeah.
So when we speak about March 18, it's when Russia tried to, so to say, legalize this attempted annexation. It was not successful attempt, as the international community did not recognize it, but maybe I will comment on it later. But what happened actually in late winter, the end of March of 2014, I was in Crimea at the time, and I can tell you from my personal impressions that it was a military operation, which was kind of which Russia tried to promote as people's uprising.
It seemed to happen almost literally overnight, from Putin stating publicly that they had their aim was to make Crimea part of Russia again. Talk me through the timeline.
So actually it did not happen overnight, I would say, because what I didn't mention and what is worth to mention is that it was a struggle also, because the pro-Ukrainian population in Crimea, those people who supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine, there were lots of them, and they were ready to defend their opinion, like their land. First of all, maybe these are Crimean Tatar people who are indigenous population of Crimea, who were deported back in Stalin times in 1940s, and they like put lots of effort, to return to Crimea in the when there was a fall of USSR. And they are kind of perceived as non-loyal to Russian Federation, and they are non-loyal as a community, I mean. So they were protesting against the occupation. Lots of Ukrainian citizens, it was not, the point is that it was not about ethnicity. So there were also Russians, like ethnical Russians, who were against the occupation. Yeah.
There was six deaths, I think, in total during this period. What happened with government officials in Crimea? Was it a mixture of being taken and held against their will, fleeing to Kiev? How did that transpire in terms of how they gained controls of the corridors of power?
Of course, there were many people that Russia, so to say, sized them, if I may say so, or bribed them prior to this de facto occupation. There were many of such people amongst the law enforcement, security service of Ukraine, unfortunately. And we all know these people, and now, by the way, some of them are again participating in the current all-out war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, which is really sad. But nevertheless, mostly those people, those who represented the governmental structures in Crimea, they fled. But sorry, going back to your question, I will give you like a short reply, is that mostly the officials were just replaced, so to say. They were transferred to the mainland Ukraine.
So a couple of questions on where we are now with Crimea. It appears to be heavily militarized, heavily fortified, 100% reliant on Russia now, of course, whereas water that was cut off, they now get directly, the electricity, etc., etc. What type of place is Crimea in 2022?
So Crimea is indeed, I would here refer to probably again to the international documents. It's going to sound more maybe serious and reliable. So every year the UN General Assembly adopts the resolution on the human rights situation in Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. And I think that even when you look at those resolutions, it provides you so many facts of human rights abuses that are taking place in Crimea. So literally, we can say that we all understand that Russia now is a police state. But when it comes to the territory that is occupied by Russia, the situation there is even more harsh. So you have literally all the violations of the fundamental human rights, like right to life, lots of kidnappings, torturing people, illegal detentions. Now we have at least 125, but it was prior to this large war. Now it's probably 130 at least political prisoners kept in Crimea or already transferred from Crimea to Russia. the violation of property rights, etc., etc. But also the second resolution, which is adopted annually by UN General Assembly, it started to be adopted recently, a few years ago, is the resolution on militarization of Crimea. And indeed, Russia turned Crimea into a military base throughout these years by bringing their weapons, armings, various... I'm not an expert on that, but I can rely on my colleagues who are defense experts. But also what is important and what is maybe closer to what I've been dealing with is the militarization of the public space. So even in schools, children being brainwashed with all this Russian mythology, so to say, or Russian propaganda, military propaganda.
So I just want to ask you one question on Vladimir Putin's tactics over the past month, and in comparison to Crimea, whereas you've explained there wasn't that strong military defiance. There were those who fled and there were those that took, as you said, bribes. Do you think this is his miscalculation? Do you think he thought on a wider scale that when the troops rolled over the borders from three sides into Ukraine, the people would lay their arms down, the people would be susceptible to the same tactics as Crimea, that within 2 weeks he'd be in the corridors of power in Kiev and be doing exactly the same thing, a phony election? Do you think this is, in your impression, if that was his tactics, how severe a miscalculation is it, all these years later?
It's going to sound as a speculation, of course, on my side, but maybe it was a miscalculation, because when you look at those statements by Vladimir Putin and his articles that he wrote recently, they quite explicitly say that Ukraine should not exist at all. So probably he thought that, and his security services were maybe providing him the information he wanted to hear, that there are lots of people in Ukraine that are going to welcome his army with flowers or something like this. For me, it's like hard to imagine why they made such miscalculations, because indeed Russia was focusing on Ukraine very much, and of course they were focusing the resources in terms of intelligence and stuff like that. So, I don't have any answers other than just to state that the aim of Russia now, of Vladimir Putin, but unfortunately not only him, because he has a huge support within the Russian Federation, the support of the people, unfortunately, is to erase Ukraine from the earth. That's it. And we can see it in Mariupol, for instance, and in other cities that are bombed. And I think that he doesn't even try to hide it. He is very clear about that.
Maria Tomac, thank you so much for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Maria. I appreciate her time. As I said, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Sound of Weeknight, the first of 4 shows. Just a reminder, I'll try and play a little sneak preview tonight, but if not, we have the WWE megastar Becky Lynch as our midnight meets, our new midnight meets tomorrow night on the show. We're also going to be catching up with our 4 Ukrainian friends as well, Maxim and Mila. We'll talk to Andre as well, and Svetlana all tomorrow in the show, our weekly catch up with them. I know regular listeners start messaging me like on Monday about that, so it's definitely happening tomorrow. We'll return to Ukraine right at the end of the show tonight, but before that, Dr. Chris Smith and everything you need to know about the various headlines you've been reading about spikes in COVID cases, etc. So our man, the Midnight Medic, will be with us, and then we're going to look at a moment in TV that changed TV history. The true cliffhanger was born, the amazing story of Dallas and who shot JR. All coming up in the last hour.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. BBC News at midnight, this is Justine Green. Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe has criticised successive foreign secretaries for the time it took to secure her release from Iran. In her first public comment since returning home, she said the Iranian government had made it clear from the outset that she would be freed only after Britain paid a debt to Iran dating back to the 1970s. A spokesman for Boris Johnson said all foreign ministers had worked hard to secure her release.
BBC News has learned that the energy giant Shell is reconsidering its decision to pull out of a new oil field near the Shetland Islands. Last December, the company said it would not proceed with drilling in the Cambo field, but the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine has prompted a rethink. Simon Jack reports.
In December last year, 2 weeks after a major global climate summit held in Glasgow, Shell said the economic case and the potential for regulatory delays meant it would withdraw from the Cambo oil field, which is estimated could supply 170 million barrels of oil over the next 25 years. At that time, the price of crude oil was under $70 a barrel. It has since touched double that price and has consistently been over $100 on fears Russian oil supplies are either shunned or cut off.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said his country will never bow to ultimatums from Russia. He was speaking after Russia said it would allow people out of Mariupol and humanitarian aid in if Ukraine surrendered the besieged city. Ukraine ignored the offer. President Biden has said there are clear signs that Vladimir Putin may be preparing to use chemical and biological weapons. He warned the Russian leader had his back to the wall and there was a danger he would resort to more severe tactics.
He's starting up, we, America, have biological as well as chemical weapons in Europe. Simply not true. I guarantee you. They're also suggesting that Ukraine has biological and chemical weapons in Ukraine. That's a clear sign he's considering using both of those. He's already used chemical weapons in the past, and we should be careful what's about to come.
Merseyside police say a 17-month-old girl has died in hospital after being attacked by the family dog at the home in St Helens. The animal has been put down and will be examined to establish whether it's a banned breed under the Dangerous Dogs Act. Police said the girl's family had bought the dog only last week and were absolutely devastated. The RMT union has accused P&O Ferries of replacing its staff with an Indian crew who will be paid the equivalent of £1.81 an hour. The Transport Secretary Grant Shapps told MPs there was no excuse for the way employees had been treated. The RMT's Mick Lynch was part of a protest outside Parliament.
Bringing in foreign workers is not unusual, but it's a mark of shame against the maritime industry that they're unable to do that.
And the weather, a dry night across the UK with temperatures falling as low as 2 Celsius. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 12.
There is a spot all by himself in the first corner. This race has turned into a disaster for Red Bull. They're not going to score any points. Leclerc leads, slight second. Ferrari first and second, and it is now Mercedes third and fourth. The car's died. Perez's engine completely died at the first corner on the final lap.
This time, it's personal. Get reaction and analysis from the Bahrain Grand Prix with 5 Lives Checkered Flag Podcast.
And he's back and he's properly back now with that 1-2 and where the team should be.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
Doctor, give me the news. I gotta keep loving you. Don't feel good, you I gotta keep loving you.
Welcome back, everybody. Monday turns to Tuesday. Thank you so much for spending your night here with us on weeknights. And the next hour is just packed full of amazing guests on everything from the very serious to a lot of fun. And I think our naked scientist, our midnight medic, Dr. Christmas, always somewhere in between the two, thankfully. How you, mate?
I'm not sure if I should be insulted or find that kind of a nice kind of, I don't know, some kind of good comment. I don't know.
It's a very good comment. No, it's the opposite. What I'm saying is you've delivered. You've delivered. You've been the messenger for some very hard to take news over the last 2 years. Yet we've always had a laugh along the way. No, you can't say that to Chris Whitty, can you? No offence if you're listening, Chris. Or Jonathan Van Tam. There's no, it was hardly stand-up comedy.
Jonathan Van Tam is really very, very good. I think he's a very funny guy, and I mean, I don't know how long he used to spend dreaming up those analogies, but they always hit the goal, didn't they? I thought it was good.
It was never what we wanted anyway, was it? We were like, it was never on the list of things that we wanted. At the start of COVID, you develop a good plan for COVID, put in place a vaccination programme, and make us laugh. That was never on the list anyway, so I'm being a little harsh. Now, just before we talk about the latest in COVID, because it's always great just to check in and have you explain some of the headlines we've seen the last couple of days. But after this, we're talking about that TV episode that changed the history of TV, that episode of Dallas when JR was shot, and then the start of the next series was so far away that the world became obsessed with it. Do you remember it?
Everyone wait all summer. I was 5 at the time when JR got shot, because that was the 21st of March 1980.
Yeah.
And I can remember sort of wandering into the living room, and there's my mum.
Generalul în rezervă, profesor
Bună ziua, mulțumesc pentru invitație.
Încep cu domnul Teodor Bacunti. Într-o notă însă...
We are not going to be able to do that. You cannot do it with ultimatums. Ultimatums will not be fulfilled by Ukraine. We just cannot execute it physically. We have lost people, our people. How can we do it? All of us must be destroyed. Then
4 stopni widzialność dobra.
Squinting going on. I think it works. You're welcome to Late Date if you've just joined us and wondering what the hell is going on. It is Lillian Smith here with you this Monday night, and it is Late Date until 2, and here's an Olympic shift.
Radio anglagıcı dostlar, bu sahifemizde Şinjan Tibbi Taşıyor Qarımqidagi birinchi doktorxona Şinjanda tunji bo'lib o'tmishini fotodinamikalik davolashni muvaffaqiyatli qanotga yetirdi degan mazmun.
Sobre todo desde el domingo. Yo persona, el público, pero yo esperaba mucho más. Quizás haya influido en esto la actuación de Matanza en los últimos juegos, está en el octavo lugar.
Sí, ha sido el peor equipo en los últimos 10 juegos, Matanza, con 2 ganados y 8 perdidos. Y están ahora mismo en el octavo lugar.
Exactamente. Yo estoy pensando que pudiera ser eso, pudiera ser.
Centros de pensamiento del sur global y otros de interés para los países del AIBA TCP. La organización llegó a acuerdo en un sitio oficial que debería ser de ciencia
Realiza contra toda forma de segregación por motivos raciales. Es el Fondo Internacional por la Eliminación de la Discriminación Racial.
吉林省吉林市东北亚农产品批发市场是当地规模最大、功能最全的农产品批发市场，承担着吉林市蔬菜%。And I delivered that land from his mouth. A mouthful of food dropped the carpet. And the rest is that the financial system was designed to maintain deep social inequality. Quote, it is not conducive to fostering development. All countries... 说的是，日经水跟唱空天了不是，所以我们一学就要空天，那么他哪天做3年这些。
Member states basically claimed that they could not fight in Ukraine against Russia for fear of triggering the Third World War. So, in a sense, Ukraine is now left stranded somewhere, believing that they could have joined NATO and enjoy the collective protection of NATO, but now they were all by themselves against the mighty military forces of Russia.
So I would say if we really analyze the reasons for the very complicated situation involving Ukraine, definitely, in all objectivity, China is not part of the problem, but China wants to be part of the solution.
As you said, China has good relations with Russia and also has good relations with Ukraine. During the talk with Biden, President Xi Jinping proposed a two-pronged Chinese solution to the Ukraine crisis. One is bring all parties together for a negotiation as soon as possible, as you mentioned earlier. And the other enduring plan is to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture for the region to realize the lasting peace and security on the continent. How do you view these two solutions, especially the second one? What kind of security architecture is urgently needed?
Well, when we talk about European security or European framework of security, I would say there will be no lasting peace in Europe if anyone wants to exclude Russia. Why? Russia is the largest country in Europe, the largest land mass in the whole world, covering more than 17 million square kilometers. And Russia is the most important supply of crude oil and natural gas and many commodities to many European countries. So, in a sense, it is not feasible to think about security in Europe by excluding Russia, especially considering the fact that Russia has the largest nuclear arsenal, larger and more lethal than that of the United States. So while the military operations are still unfolding and many countries have their own views about the war or military operations in Ukraine, I think we all need to pause and think about the time when the dust will need to settle in Europe and in the world. And engaging Russia, one way or another, will be indispensable to achieving lasting peace in Europe and lasting peace in the world. So I think in this way, we need to really think about creating whatever will become of the European security architecture after the war in Ukraine by engaging Russia rather than excluding Russia. And I would say NATO in itself should be defensive in nature rather than offensive in nature, or to be perceived as threatening the security interests of others. China has emphasized one very important concept, that is the indivisibility of security. That means if one country wants to achieve maximum security for itself, its security should not constitute as a threat to the security of another country, especially its neighboring country. Security should be absolute on the one hand, but also very importantly, relative on the other hand. Security of one country should not be perceived or constitute a threat to the security of another country. Therefore, I would say great diplomacy and a lot of hard work and negotiation will be required to deliver the real lasting peace for Europe. And if Europe cannot enjoy peace, I think it will be highly unlikely that international peace and security could prevail for mankind as a whole. So we all need to join in the great effort of building up a lasting framework of security for Europe.
But Professor Gao, it seems that Chinese wisdom is not easily accepted by the U.S.-led West. And as Chinese State Councilor Wang Yi said, China is still facing external coercion and pressure on this matter. Why is that? What do you make of the U.S. agenda by pressing China on Ukraine crisis?
First of all, in the world of today, if any country, big or small, wants to threaten China, it will be futile. How can you threaten a country with 1.4 billion people, very much united under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, with a very unified and high-performing government, and with the nation enjoy steady increase in their living standards over the decades, and a country with 5,000 years of continuous history, uninterrupted, and with a very unique culture, the Chinese civilization, very, very enriching mankind's civilization as a whole. How can any country even expect to threaten China or to hold China down without consequences or to manhandle China? This is truly beyond anyone's imagination. Now, when China and other countries have differences, for example, the best way to resolve these differences is to go through negotiation and dialogue. And China will be very happy to engage in equal dialogue with any country, big or small, in the world. That's the better way to do that. And further, I think, while China is growing very rapidly, and China is already the largest economic power in the world, if we use purchasing power parity as the benchmark ever since 2017, and if we use official exchange rate, China at the end of 2021 was already accounting for about 78% of that of the United Nations in terms of the size of the GDP. However, China is always a force for innovation and reform. And the Chinese growth has generated and created so much opportunities for all the other countries in the world. So it is not just growth for China or the Chinese people, it's growth for both the Chinese people and the people of all countries that China trade with in the whole world. So I would say those countries who want to threaten China need to really come to realize the futility of such threats, and also they can learn that there will be a lot of benefits for their own people if they can treat China as an equal, treat China as a partner rather than as an adversary or an enemy. This is and should be the megatrend of our world today.
Speaking of threatening China, during the video talk between the two leaders, Taiwan-related issues were mentioned, which comes amid, we know, U.S. arms sales to the Taiwan region and U.S. destroyer Ralph Johnson sailing through the Taiwan streets. Do you think the U.S. will back down a little bit on the Taiwan issue after this round of talk? Can you see any sincerity from the White House?
Well, while the U.S. media or the Western media focus on what President Xi Jinping and President Biden of the United States talked about the situation involving Ukraine, we know for sure that they also talked equally, if not more importantly, about the situation involving Taiwan. And it is truly very encouraging to hear that President Biden, during the virtual summit meeting, reiterated that there is only one China, and Taiwan is part of China, and the People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate representative of China. Now, I hope President Biden would not only talk the right talk, but also walk the right walk. And not only President Biden would need to walk the right walk, he would also enable the U.S. government, the U.S. Military to walk the right walk. Because otherwise, the United States will only be contradicting whom? Contradicting itself. Because how can you pledge, on the one hand, that there is only one China and Taiwan is part of China, and on the other hand, promote Taiwan independence? Allow me to emphasize one point. Taiwan independence is a dead end, because it will never be achieved. Why? Because the 1.4 billion plus Chinese people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait will not tolerate the independence of Taiwan, because we all want to have a unified country, a unified motherland. People on both sides of the Taiwan Straits are of the same ethnic group. We are all Chinese. So why should Chinese fight against Chinese? Why shouldn't the Chinese nation have enough wisdom to bring about reunification sooner or later, sooner rather than later, for example? And I think, and I hope President Biden and the U.S. government will realize that they need to practice what they talk about. They need to stick to the one China policy and also enable the reunification process of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, rather than holding themselves out as a force against reunification. Because eventually, if they want to do anything to obstruct the reunification process of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, they will be considered as enemies of whom? Of the Chinese nation as a whole. There will be no good coming out of such self-imposed hostility on the U.S. government by becoming the enemy of the Chinese people's reunification. So, I hope President Biden will have enough influence on the decision-making process within the U.S. government and within the U.S. military to do the right thing, rather than going against what President Biden explicitly promised to the Chinese head of state.
Indeed, let's hope for the best. Thank you, Victor. That's Victor Gao, Chair Professor of Suzhou University. More to come. The World Food Program has warned that more countries will feel the burn as the food prices rise. This is World Today. Stay with us.
With the great efforts made by the staff today, become one of the great platforms for policy debates and information dissemination. And I wish today have an even brighter and greater tomorrow.
You're listening to World Today. Wheat prices have hit record highs on intensifying concerns of a supply shortage because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The two countries account for about 30% of the world's traded wheat and are some of the biggest producers in agriculture and food globally. The World Food Program has warned the conflict has affected the most vulnerable well beyond Ukraine's borders, and more countries will feel the burn as food prices rise. In January, average food inflation around the world hit 7.8%, the highest level in 7 years, according to the IMF. For more on this, we are joined by Professor Wen Tiejun from the School of Agricultural Economics and Rural Development at Renmin University of China. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Wen.
Hello. Yeah.
Professor Wen, first of all, Western media assume that Russia-Ukraine crisis will lead the world into a food crisis. What's your take? Are we really facing a global food crisis here?
I think that most of its politicians and the economists in the world very much concerned about food crisis caused by the conflict happening in Ukraine and Russia. It's because of these years, the global warming makes these two countries produce more commercial grain to supply to the world market. But this conflict happened in the spring season and very much affect the agricultural production, especially the grain production. So that there will be shortage of the grain supply in the global market. So that is why people more concerned about the food crisis this year.
We are witnessing increasing food insecurity in poorer countries, especially in the African nations, many of which are already suffering from higher hunger levels because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In your opinion, from professional perspective, to what extent has the crisis affected the world's food supply?
You know that there are several reasons we need to take into consideration. The first is that most of these poor countries, they have a much higher urbanization percentage. If the urbanization higher means that you need to give them more commercial grain, means that the food not produced by the rural people themselves. So that means this poor country must input. And then the food independence, the food trade independence is in poor countries higher than others. So that will be a very important reason for the food crisis. And then most of this urbanization is not caused by not by the middle class, but by poor people. Means that a lot of urbanization caused by the slum. So a lot of poor people live in slum. They will have no such kind of ability to have a self-reliant supply. So that is a more deep dangers for food crisis in these poor countries.
Mm-hmm. Besides the Russian-Ukraine crisis, what other factors could lead to a food crisis this year?
I suppose that you need to think about the food crisis in 2008 and 2009. It's caused by Wall Street financial turmoil. And then at that time, the American politician started the printing machine, printed a lot of paper currency. And then this means that the large amount of liquidity flow into the food market. And then to make, at that time, I remember in 2008, to make the wheat increase double, I mean the price increase double. And also that the corn increased 70%. So means that the financial sector very much harm when you printed too much currency. It means that large number of these financial capital flow into the green market, make very much high inflation in green market. That will be more danger than the other factors. So the financial capital must take into the consideration.
Mm-hmm. Then when facing such increasing challenges you just talked about, how should the international community and organizations like the United Nations help vulnerable countries overcome the food crisis?
Up to now, I don't think that the international organizations have done any preparation for secure such kind of dangers, because that most of these poor countries have no enough budget. They also cannot have enough foreign aid. So when the crisis taking place, I think that is very soon, and that will be a big harm to, especially to this marginalized population in poor countries. So we think that if the UN or FAO can play an important role, they must do something now, immediately.
How about China? How prepared is China when facing such uncertainties in the global food market?
I think that most of these Western countries, politicians, when they do want to have some measures to help the poor countries and also help these big population countries like China and India, they need to stop the sanctions. And it's because that when these developing countries want to buy food in the global markets, they need to use the SWIFT. They need to use a lot of international measures to deal with the problem. But if it's caused by the conflicts in Ukraine and Russia, most of these Western countries follow the U.S. They just make a lot of block. They block the global market, and then the people do the trade more difficult than before. That is, I think that is very urgent, and we need to adopt some measures to reduce this influence by the sanctions.
Indeed, thank you very much, Professor Wen. That's Professor Wen Tiejun from the School of Agricultural Economics and Rural Development at Renmin University of China. For further discussion, you can follow us on Twitter at CGTN Radio. This is World Today. Stay with us.
This is Michael Zhang. Greetings from Los Angeles of the Golden State of California. Thank you today for making me part of your team. I truly enjoyed the debates we had and look forward to many more in the years to come.
I'm Gloria Cid, First Secretary of the Embassy of Chile to China. It's been an honor taking part on your show and telling you about the relationship between Chile and China. Wishing you all the best.
In-depth analysis, valuable insights, expert views, presented by an award-winning team. Today, keeping you well-informed, up-to-date, and ahead of the news.
You're listening to World Today with Mika Anna in Beijing. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has failed to persuade India to take a tougher line against Russia while meeting with his counterpart Narendra Modi in New Delhi. During Kishida's first visit to India, he promised to invest $42 billion in India over the next 5 years. And later in their joint statement, the Prime Ministers expressed their concern about ongoing conflict in Ukraine, but didn't mention Russia and let alone imposing sanctions against Moscow. So to talk more about this, let's bring in Dr. Rong Ying, Vice President and a Senior Research Fellow at China Institute of International Studies. Thanks for joining us, Professor Rong.
Oh, thank you for having me.
First of all, why do you think India is refusing to take the side with the Quad on the Ukraine crisis?
Well, I think India has been very proud of its sort of a position as sort of emerging power and developing country. I think it treasures very much about its strategic autonomy of being making independent sort of policies on major regional and global issues. And as we have seen, have noticed that ever since this crisis broke out, India be at the UN Security Council sort of a debate, or the UN General Assembly debate, India has made consistently clear its position on that. Its support, calling upon the respect of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and also, I think the resolution of the crisis through peaceful means, diplomatic sort of solutions. It is also China's best to make sure, I think, to play a role by talking with Russia, Ukraine, and others. And I think it is arguably because of that, because of its independent sort of stance, it now stands it gains more weight in the Quad, a kind of sort of coalition, which is, I think, for India, helps it to gain more leverages in managing or addressing the issues like these major and regional issues. And last but not least, I think its relationship, the long-term traditional relationship with Russia or the former Soviet Union carries a lot of weight, and particularly in the field of defense and military equipment. After all, I think India almost 70% of its sort of equipment comes from Russia. So I don't think it affords to do that. Mm-hmm. So, but having said that, there have been heated debates in the wake of crisis, but in the end, I believe that a majority of people would say that they should continue this position. They are proud of that, and they feel that this is an independent decision made by an emerging power.
Mm-hmm. Then, what's your assessment on the purpose of Kishida's trip to India? It seems that he failed to meet the expectation of Washington and Canberra. What do you make of the role of Japan in this? Why is it Japan rather than Australia or United States that is exerting pressure on India?
Well, for the visit per se, it is a kind of an annual summit meeting, and of course, it's the first sort of official visit of a foreign country by Prime Minister Fumio Kishida after he took over. In Japan and India has a very close relationship. They have the so-called strategic and special strategic and global partnership, and they have annual summit. But for the past 2 years, because of pandemic, and also because I think the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe cancelled the visit because of some protests in India, which make him impossible. But otherwise, I think Japan has always have a very high expectations and attach great importance to the relationship, even though the reality tells a different story. So all in all, I think Japan, the visit itself, and they would like to show that their continuation. And last but not least, I would also say this is the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship. So a lot of symbolism, but of course there are some significant sort of issues because in terms of defense, economic development, trade, investment, and others. But all in all, I think it's a kind of annual visit, a lot of symbolism.
Mm-hmm. Professor Rong, we've seen Japan has been very active recently in sanctioning Russia, discussing carrying nuclear weapons, etc. Is there a strategic agenda behind Japan's burgeoning moves?
Well, Japan is at this moment is undergoing a very dramatic, I think, changes. Trying itself to adapt to the changing dynamics in the region and beyond. And on the one hand, I think Japan would like to again to show or to demonstrate some sense of strategic autonomy, despite the fact that it has been a close ally of the United States. On the one hand, I think the way that they would like to do along this line, for me, tend to be problematic because they are playing up the so-called security threats and they're trying to find excuse for changes to its pacifist sort of constitution. And two, I think by growing. By increasing the defense budget and others, which I think historically and in as far as the Russian, Japanese sort of voters, average people are concerned, may not necessarily a good choice. So some of the conservative right wingers, they even went so far of claiming, making noise of discarding, rejecting the so-called three no's of Japan's nuclear policy, which again, of course, has been not been accepted or gone well, and particularly for Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who is from his constituency, from a region where I think has been being suffered by the first as the nuclear bombs. So this is something I think a very critical moment for Japan. It wanted to show some sense of sort of independence, strategic autonomy, but there are heated debate which way is the right way, and Japan stands at a critical moment.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rong, for your time and insights. That's Dr. Rong Yi, Vice President and Senior Research Fellow at China Institute of International Studies. Chinese new energy vehicles brand Weltmaster said it will raise prices for its vehicles starting next Monday. In the wake of surging costs of raw materials, Weltmaster is the seventh new energy vehicle maker to announce price hikes in a week following Tesla and BYD. For more on this, our Zhang Yang spoke with Wang Dian, Chief Economist of Hang Seng Bank, China.
So first, many NEV makers announced price hikes in a week, including Tesla, Xiaopeng, and BYD. So could you tell us about some of the main reasons for their price hikes?
Their price hikes is mainly driven by rising costs of car batteries, which is caused by surging prices in metals like lithium and nickel. They are crucial to make those batteries. Right now, the demand for NEV remains high. The NEV sales, as we can see in China in the first 2 months, rose by about 150% year on year, although slower than the previous month. So now we're looking at this squeezed supply and a robust demand, so the overall price will increase.
And lithium is one thing, but the Russian-Ukraine conflict had also sent the nickel prices to new highs, and this has triggered the suspension of nickel trading on the London Metals Exchange after prices rose as much as 250%. So what's happening there, and could you tell us more about that?
So nickel price were already pretty high before the war. After the West countries imposed sanctions on Russia, the price basically went through the roof. We saw Qingshan, a stainless steel manufacturer, had a high exposure to a short position on the London Metal Exchange of a very high amount of nickel. So they're betting that if prices go down, then the company would benefit greatly. But the prices didn't go down in the end. It actually surged. So all those speculators in the futures market swooped in, pushing the trading price basically more than twice as high as 2 days before that incident. Then the LME had to suspend nickel trading. Actually, they had to suspend it again, so twice there. The markets were in very much a chaos those days. So LME since then has set this daily limit on any price moves on nickel. So this kind of intervention is quite unusual for any market. And we're basically looking at a very volatile and high rising price trend for most metals that are used in NEVs in the coming months.
And Bloomberg's recent report said the world's largest EV battery maker, CATL, is considering building a battery plant in North America. So the company declined to comment, but what do you make of that? And what's the company's consideration for its overseas expansion?
It is not a unique strategy for CATL. Several other battery and NEV car companies are making similar strategies because, for one thing, they want to get closer to their consumers. Different continents have different environmental standards and also the emission standards. As a result, they need to adjust their production lines. Right now, the transportation isn't the most convenient thing in the world. It probably takes several years before it can restore to the pre-COVID level. Then it makes sense to build their final production line in different continents, like in Europe or in America. Right now, when we look at China's overseas direct investment, they are very much restricted in mergers and acquisitions. But when it comes to greenfield investment, like what CATL is doing now, no restriction.
On another front, how do you think the chip shortage will impact the NEV makers, and when will the shortage of chips come to an end?
Chips are extremely important for NEV makers when it comes to installation of electronics that control things like safety features and driving aids. Luckily, most NEV do not need the highest grade of the chips, and China is expanding its at-home chip production. But many of those efforts will take years to bear any meaningful results, because even if those new chip facilities somehow manage to bolster China's self-sufficiency in production, there can be shortages of key elements like neon, like nickel, or even copper. Then the shortage of those key elements will still derail the supply chains. We have seen similar things happen in the past. When there is a regional conflict, then the neon prices or nickel prices can surge by several times.
What is China's role in the global production of microchip semiconductor?
China's global share of chips is rising quite rapidly. 10 years ago, it was only about 2% of the global sales. Now it's nearly 10%, very close to the European share. And in contrast, we see that America accounted for about 40% of the total chip sales, and Korea accounted for about 20%. And many mainstream forecasters have anticipated in the next 5 years, China's chip sales would double its share in its global market. Right now, Chinese government has billions of dollars backing this industry, and the companies have redoubled their efforts to develop their own version of the chip technologies. So I would say that China's status in this technology front can only become more important over time.
And then, as you mentioned earlier, that sales of China's new energy vehicle dropped in February from the previous month. So what are some of the main reasons behind this drop, and are you concerned about it?
I'm not. The main reason why NEV sales drop is because the total consumption has this declining trend, which is driven by a stagnation in income growth. That's very much related with still the COVID control. We don't have really a big production problem. There's still a chip shortage, but the situation is improving. I'm not saying that there's no uncertainties in the future, but right now it just seems that China's long-term strategy hasn't changed. The NEV still only accounts for about 20% of the total auto consumption. The replacement will still continue before China reaches its carbon neutrality goal.
And China's move to cut subsidies on the NEV is not surprising, as the Ministry of Finance said in 2020 that it would phase out the subsidies by the end of this year. But what's your expectation for its future after the subsidies phase out?
The auto industry is very different from the NEV industry. The NEV makers are very vulnerable to financing environment. When China's subsidies phase out, it will directly affect many of the mid and small producers in this industry. They are not traditional manufacturers. They basically have to invest heavily in technology, in energy, as well as in manufacturing. The R&D usually require very high amounts of initial investment. I'm sure there will be still some type of government support, even if it's smaller than before. But in the first couple of years, without any of the state backing, I doubt most of the startups in this industry can actually survive.
And how important do you think is the NEV industry for China? How can the development of the NEV help China reach its goal of carbon peak and carbon neutrality?
And the NEV industry is not just about making cars or about auto driving. It's at the heart of China's goal of maintaining supply chain security. When we look at the history of China's NEV planning, it started very early. We could look at the 12th five-year plan, and it was there. And because China had this early planning, then the dynamic battery industry is ahead of the world, which has brought ahead on the high-end equipment making in auto industry. So it's very beneficial to China. And for the carbon neutrality, those NEV would use electricity. Now that solar farms are quite cost competitive to coal-powered plants, so it's consistent with China's energy transition.
That was Wang Jian, chief economist of Hang Seng Bank China. Successful entrepreneur Michael Wu King Kong has witnessed major changes in Hong Kong since 1997. He says business leaders from Hong Kong are increasingly confident in the city's economic development with policy support of the central government and the region better integration into the national development. For more on this, I earlier talked with Mr. Wu. Let's have a listen. Mr. Hu, we know Hong Kong is celebrating the 25th anniversary of its return to the motherland. And as a business leader, you have worked all the way from the colonial era to the present time. And if I'm not mistaken, you officially took over the family business in 1997. So based on your own experiences and awareness, how do you evaluate the development of Hong Kong over the past 25 years compared to the time under British rule?
Well, time flies. 25 years pass by so quickly. Well, frankly speaking, I was born before the British colonial time. I experienced the 30 years of the openness and development of China. And during that time of colonial time, a lot of Hong Kong entrepreneur goes into mainland, following the national policy to contribute their know-how as well as the capitals they have and the international sales network and the know-how that they have. Like me, for example, we opened factories in Guangdong in manufacturing aluminium profiles like curtain walls and windows. Well, that we follow the infrastructure building era of China, and that is a booming business. And after that, after the handover in 1997, step by step, it changed more to a financial era and an internet era. And then our family business also diversified into internet sales as well as capital venture. So for that, we witnessed changes, significant changes.
But even with the significant changes you've mentioned over the past decades, the central government has been under criticism by the West on its policy to the city and on how it might hinder the development of the city. How do you see such comments?
Well, I think capital is very honest. They follow where the profit goes. We are seeing, not from my statistics, but from the statistics of the American Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong, there's a substantial gain over the past 25 years of capital influx into Hong Kong, through Hong Kong, to Chinese mainland, as well as a lot of American business or businesses from Europe. We can see growth from their own countries, despite of all these accusations. I think capital is very honest.
But at the same time, we also witnessed that when the city was just returned to the motherland, many Hong Kong entrepreneurs had concerns and doubts about the city, about the future economic development of the city. Is that still a popular perception? Do you view a shift of attitude over the years?
Well, for me, as the president of one of the major Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong, we do not see that kind of doubts. We see confidence. Well, those who have doubts, I think, are those who doesn't understand or doesn't have businesses in China. Well, for myself, we have business in China. We understand the development and also the extent of openness to the world. And we witness import exhibitions like the International Import Exhibitions in Shanghai, significant results. And I think such a kind of development and openness would give us much confidence instead of doubts.
Sir, you've drafted a proposal to promote Hong Kong's integration to the national strategies through the development of a North Metropolis, and you describe the process as a great opportunity for Hong Kong. Could you elaborate more on the North Metropolis development strategy, and why do you see it as an opportunity to facilitate better integration with Greater Bay Area as well as the nation as a whole?
Yes. Well, we see major advantages of Hong Kong being a financial center for attracting capitals as well as funds and also talents and also international universities and research center in Hong Kong. And we are very strong and also in the future development of the internationalization of the renminbi. And I think Hong Kong being so close to Shenzhen and North Metropolis would play a very important role into bringing much more synergy between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. And we hope, we target to use special policy that will expedite speed and results, and to make such synergy in a much more effective and efficient way. So say for instance, we suggest to facilitate the tax-free zone in Futian, in Shenzhen, which is already an existing infrastructure. Well, just through policies and through the geographical proximity, we can bring a lot of synergy into the custom clearance as well as duty arrangement between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, which can bring out a lot of new development. And also in North Metropolis, those medicine or biotechnology that is researched in the area would be regarded as made in China. And say, for instance, for medicine, for clinical research, the starting date which they start in research in North Metropolis in Hong Kong will also take place simultaneously with the CFDA. So they will have no time to waste and speed up the whole process.
Yes, we've been talking about the Great Bay Area since 2019, where the government outlined the development plan before the pandemic. Then we know the pandemic hit every country and every one of us. How has the Great Bay Area development plan affected Hong Kong? And what has Hong Kong contributed and gained from the Great Bay Area development so far?
Yes. So first of all, well, ask not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I think Hong Kong need to take more initiative. And I think I must agree that there are a lot of bureaucracy in Hong Kong, which we need to improve, say, from this time of the two sessions, which we agree from Mr. Xia Baolong, that we need to do the changes from top to down, the whole architectural changes. So that part we should play as a basic part, and then also we need to know the key role of Hong Kong. And I think the mentality of the Hong Kong entrepreneur is now not only into Hong Kong or internationally, but look at it as a Greater Bay Area, like the San Francisco Bay Area. So they would have a holistic view. So Hong Kong has the talent, China has the market, internationally we also have the talent and the capital. I think with that kind of mentality to facilitate the advantages of all these three elements, I think we can bring a lot of significant synergy.
That's Michael Wu King Kong, Hong Kong entrepreneur. That's all the time for this edition of World Today. A quick recap to today's headlines. Chinese ambassador on the Russian-Ukraine conflict. China is part of the solution, not part of the problem. To listen to this episode again or to catch up on previous episodes, you can download our podcast by searching World Today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello everyone, this is Noon Ahmed Khan, journalist from Pakistan, currently based in Tsinghua University. World Today is an excellent initiative to discuss current affairs by including experts from across the globe. I've always enjoyed our thought-provoking discussions and wish the team even more success and impact in the future. I am Dan Wang, China analyst from the Economist Intelligence Unit. Today is a very fun program. It is a place you hear interesting people discuss global events, social trends, and what is happening in China and in the rest of the world. So friends around the world, hope you can join us.
Hello, this is Michael Zhang. Greetings from Los Angeles of the Golden State of California. Thank you today for making me part of your team. I truly enjoyed the debates we had and look forward to many more in the years to come.
Hello, Hello, I'm Gloria Cid, First Secretary of the Embassy of Chile to China. It's been an honor taking part on your show and telling you about the relationship between Chile and China. Wishing you all the best.
This is CGTN Radio. Hear the difference.
Now the news. I'm Do Hongyu. Rescue operations are ongoing following the crash of a passenger plane in South China's Guangxi region on Monday. The Boeing 737 aircraft operated by China Eastern Airlines crashed into a mountainous area in the city of Wuzhou in Guangxi. There were 123 passengers and 9 crew members aboard the flight. Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered the immediate launch of an emergency response, all-out search and rescue efforts, and the proper settlement of the aftermath of the crash. Vice Premier Liu He and State Councillor Wang Yong have led relevant officials to guide rescue work in Wuzhou. The Civil Aviation Administration of China has initiated an emergency response mechanism, and its working team has arrived in the crash site in Wuzhou. China Eastern Airlines says it set up special working groups to support the investigation of the incident. Neighboring provinces have sent firefighters to assist in the rescue operations following the plane crash in Guangxi. Medical workers are also involved in the rescue efforts, which continued overnight at the crash site. He Weiwei reports.
This is the command center and the headquarters of the rescue operation. It is a local primary school and is transformed into a temporary headquarters. And right now, the rescue operation is on the way at the crash site, which is about 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. And at least 1,300 firefighters are working in shifts on the rescue team, and also another about 150 medical personnel are also taking part in this rescue operation. Among them, 50 are psychologists. And I was told that the crash site is surrounded by mountains on 3 directions, so there is only one small road leading to the crash site. So you can only go there by foot or by motorcycle, and now it is the only transportation that we can rely on.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China and Pakistan are committed to enhancing bilateral cooperation. He made the remarks after holding talks with his Pakistani counterpart Shah Mahmood Qureshi during his first visit to the South Asian country since the COVID-19 outbreak. Wang Yi says efforts can be made in 4 areas to promote China-Pakistan ties. They include giving firm support to each other, accelerating common development and revitalization, promoting cooperation on counterterrorism, and maintaining closer multilateral coordination. Chinese authorities are sending a new batch of humanitarian aid to Ukraine. The new supplies are worth 10 million yuan. The Chinese Foreign Ministry says the country is ready to play a constructive role in de-escalating tension and preventing a humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov says it's too early to talk about a meeting between the presidents of Russia and Ukraine, as there is no breakthrough yet in the peace talks. Peskov says no significant progress has been made in the negotiations between the two sides, and that the two presidents have no agreements to approve yet. Ukrainian and Russian delegations held 3 rounds of negotiations in person in Belarus to seek a possible settlement of the current conflict starting from the end of last month. They started their 4th round of negotiations via video link last week. The government of Hungary on Monday opened a transit shelter in central Budapest for people fleeing the fighting in Ukraine. The Budapest Olympic Center is located near the capital city's eastern railway station. The Prime Minister's office says the new facility is needed because Hungary expects an influx of people from Ukraine, most of whom are transiting Hungary towards Austria, Germany, and Poland. The Russian Foreign Ministry says it will no longer continue peace treaty negotiations with Japan in response to Tokyo's sanctions against Russia over the situation in Ukraine. Moscow will also cancel visa-free travel for Japanese citizens to the 4 disputed Pacific Islands, which are known as the Southern Kurils in Russia and the Northern Territories in Japan. The ministry says Russia is withdrawing from the dialogue with Japan on establishing joint economic activities in these islands. Russia and Japan have not signed a post-World War II peace treaty due to their rival claims over the 4 islands.
At least 95 people were injured when 2 trains collided on Monday in Tunis, capital of Tunisia. Officials say a long-distance train hit another train running on the same rail track. Most of the injured suffer from fractures and bruises. Only one of the trains was carrying passengers. And that's the news. I'm Do Hongyu.
Keeps the world turning.
This is Roundtable.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable. Coming to you live from Beijing. I'm He. Good to have you join us. We're going to talk about a necessity in life. Water is required for the existence of life on Earth, as it is an essential component of all the biological processes. This World Water Day is celebrated under the theme Groundwater, making the invisible visible. We'll bring you what you need to know about water conservation and our future on the planet. Also on the menu, we're on a mission of starting your week with a motivational kick. Don't miss out on our most inspirational segment, Motivational Monday. For today's show, I'm joined by Lai Ming and Fei Fei in the studio. First, on today's Roundtable, water is life. We cannot survive without it. Everyone knows this, but awareness doesn't always translate into action. In a bid to raise the urgency of water conservation and protection, World Water Day is held annually on March the 22nd, which also kicks off the Water Week in China. So guys, please explain the day and this year's theme. Why should we care?
Well, the Water Day is designated by the United Nations to celebrate water and raise awareness of the 2 billion people currently living without access to safe water. And so it really puts into the spotlight that there is a lot of work to be done to achieve one of the goals set by the United Nations, especially number 6 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is to ensure availability of water and its sustainable management and sanitation for all. And 3 of the main data they provide are that 1 in 3 people do not have access to safe drinking water, more than 673 million people still defecating in the open air, and 2 out of 5 people do not have a basic facility to wash their hands with soap and water. Now, this is something that's really eye-opening for somebody that's from southern China. I mean, growing up, I was quite accustomed to the abundance of water. Even in the village where my grandmother used to live, and there's a small pump or small well that I think that the future or the previous generation dug, and we just had access to it, and we just pump, and then water will come out, and the water is sort of chill in summertime and warm in wintertime. Is always easily accessible and is always good for cooking, for washing. So, and then there are rivers around us. This tap water isn't that expensive. So it really was an eye-opener to come to northern China to look at the scarcity of water, and also then to read about the data released by the United Nations about the situation around the world. And that's when I really realized that it's really important for us to have that awareness. And also to do something about it, about the scarcity of water to everybody on Earth.
And speaking of this year, the World Water Day is celebrated under the theme Groundwater, making the invisible visible, because they want to draw attention to the hidden water resources that always been critically important but not fully recognized in development policymaking. So in this year, they want to taking up this day and explain why groundwater is important in the whole water system, and also what is role in different industries, for example, agriculture and other industries, ecosystem, and also in face with the climate change adaptations. A lot of new changes have been happening to the groundwater, the water running underneath our feet, and sometimes we don't really know there are flows beneath us. And for many people, I think growing up, we know that, especially in rural China, villages would drill wells, like Lai Ming just said, especially in northern China, where they don't have a lot of rivers. So basically the wells is the only source of water, drinkable water for the villagers. But apparently over the years, through modernization, through industrialization, a lot of this groundwater has been polluted because of many things we sort of discharge on the ground and sometimes penetrate through the soil and leaked inside the groundwater. And that becomes a big problem. And what I really think is very important to highlight this year with the theme is, well, it really explains itself, but I think it draws our attention to this aspect that otherwise, on a regular day, you probably would never think, well, rarely would you think about. That is, groundwater is invisible, but its impact is visible everywhere. It's out of sight, under our feet. Groundwater is a hidden treasure and enriches our lives. And the fact that here in China, actually in certain parts of the country, it's very dry. And even with these wells that you guys mentioned, we tend to just drill further and further down into the earth. And we sometimes take it for granted. It's as if like we're blessed with all this natural resources, and therefore we just take without more studying and awareness into what it does to the environment in the long term, and also as living human beings. Well, I suppose nowadays maybe some young people are a little bit more well aware of all of this, but myself as a young person back in the day, as a teenager, I remember not thinking very much about these kind of things. But now when you look at this, it's like when you have the younger generation, you know, a growing population over the world, it's like we need to be responsible with our behavior and our decisions, because we don't want to leave Mother Earth to the future generation when resources are depleted, right? And that's just not the way to go forward, and therefore it's very important to talk about these issues. So yes, groundwater, this is this year's theme, and it is so essential to supporting drinking water supplies, sanitation systems, farming, industry, and ecosystems, and it's the human activities, overuse, and pollution to groundwater that could be, well, there are some dire consequences to that. And I think we probably need to dig a little bit deeper, no pun intended, to the what's at stake basically when it comes to water these days.
I think we sort of touched upon awareness, and I don't think we have enough awareness about this. One of the latest surveys or census about China's water resources was conducted more than 10 years ago, and according to their finding, nearly 1/3 of people here in China, 1/3 of the 1.4 billion people in China, they drink groundwater. And in more than 100 big and medium-sized cities, they mostly rely on groundwater as a major source of water. And in more than 60 cities, more than 6 cities, or I think it's the regular size, and more than 40 cities, they use groundwater as a chief source of water. So, and then overall, over 1/3 of Earth's population relies on groundwater for its needs, including 99% of the rural population in the United States. And groundwater provides drinking water through wells and base flows for streams and rivers, and base flows are important for fishing during dry summer months. So, in many cases, like I said earlier, if you from southern China, you have abundance of water, you don't notice that shortage. But then, in fact, things have been developing, and especially in northern China, where the market demand has propelled an increase in the areas used for agriculture. And so we know agriculture can be problematic in the sense that the fertilizers, they can subside, they can and concentrate in the aquifer area, which are geological formation of rocks, sands, and gravel that can hold water, essentially where groundwater exists. So, and then also industrial manufacturing also creates pollution to groundwater, and as a result, this could be a health hazard to people who rely on groundwater for drinking.
Yes, exactly. When it comes to agricultural pollutants, for example, nitrates from the fertilizers are especially dangerous in drinking water because they've been proved to link to cancers, miscarriages, and birth defects. And also, when thinking about awareness building, thinking about maybe people living in urban areas are fully aware of water conservation and how important to keep pollutants away from the water source. But when it comes to rural areas, to those who are less aware of the issue and the importance of this issue, they can be, I would say, a little nonchalant when it comes to dumping a lot of the wastewaters in their daily life. For example, the wastewater from their bath, from their kitchen, especially living in the south, you can easily dump those waters into the rivers next to your door, and it's quite easy, but you're not realizing that it's something really pollutant to the water, and this water is drinkable for many people downstream and along the way, along the river as well. And when it comes to northern China, we have a lot of industrial bases, and I think 2 decades ago, dumping pollutions into nearby water system is also very common among many factories and other plants around the water in northern China. Even though we're seeing improvements right now, but what's done has been done. We're thinking about ways to improve the water quality, but still there is something that we need to work on. I remember growing up, we have a very small river in Mongolia called the Laoha River. It's a part of the Liao River running down Liaoning and then eventually going to the ocean. And I remember when I was 7 years old, we can play in the water, in the river in summers, but gradually that water just dried up. Just dried up. Even though right now, it's starting to flow again, we're starting to see the river in the summertime again, but over that period of time, I think people just thinking maybe industrial development is more important than environmental protection. I know it's a phase. I know a decade ago it's very common for people to think of that way, but now I think we are having more people realizing, it's not sustainable and we need to take responsibility for the future generations. And that's why we're seeing people starting to working on forestation and other ways, building dams to try to restore the water system that we used to take granted for.
Yeah, so natural resources, they're actually quite vulnerable, and there is scarcity, but it's only sometimes when the well dries up or the river dries up, or maybe the color of the water sort of changes, and then you realize, that's a huge problem. And then it's a bit unfortunate that human beings sometimes just kind of have to learn the lesson the hard way, and then it'll take years, if not maybe a decade, to sort of reverse that trend. And that is a lot of effort that's been going into water conservation that we have seen here in China. So guys, let's just review. What are some of the measures that have been taken, from the rules to management and implementation, have been pushed through here in China?
Well, a recent regulation released by the State Council on groundwater management took effect on December the 1st, 2021, and this is aimed to address excessive exploitation and pollution of groundwater with a regulation that includes a maximum fine of 5 million yuan, which is about $783,000. The first of its kind in China, the regulation sets out specific rules for groundwater in the areas of survey and planning, conservation and protection, over-exploitation treatment, pollution control, and supervision and management. And China has made some progress in the management of groundwater, according to Wei Shanzhong, Vice Minister of Water Resources. After peaking at 113 billion cubic meters in 2012, annual national groundwater exploitation across the country dropped to 89.2 billion cubic meters in 2020. And according to the ministry, by the end of December 2020, the shallow groundwater in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, one of the major air regions with excessive exploitation, had risen an average of 23 centimeters. And one of the measures being taken, I think, most people would recognize when they live in China, is the word 南水北调. So that's sort of relocating the water in southern China to northern China to sort of replenish the needs of residents living in northern China. Because because when you have a mass population sort of tapping into the groundwater, because there isn't a lot on the surface to begin with, so they tap into groundwater for their daily use, and as a result, without enough rainfall to replenish the groundwater, you see cases where I think many years ago we've seen reports about ground collapse in different parts of the country, and that's an example of the region being overly tapped in terms of groundwater. And then it's also the case with the quality of the soil. Because the soil is that you use to grow agricultural products, they are also affected by the quality of groundwater. When you have them over-tapped and when you have them over-polluted, chances are you're not going to have very good yield growing anything on these fields. So one of the measures being taken was to relocate water from southern China to northern China, and also within northern China there's been cases of measures being taken to try and conserve water from the Yellow River, to try and make better use of them. And then also there's talk about establishing ways to conserve water during flood season, rainy season. Even though it's quite dry in northern China, it still rains in summertime, and when you can put to good use of water being conserved in summertime, that will alleviate the stress on water and groundwater during sort of dry seasons.
And also, I think we've been talking about the building of infrastructure across China, for example, building reservoirs and dams across China, especially in the southern parts where we have a lot of big and small rivers. So in this way, we can sort of manage the water resources we have, and to also talking about flood management. It can also serve that position. And also thinking of the water conservation on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, which is also the source of many major rivers in Asia. We call it the water tower, and they have the third largest. It's also called the third pole because it has the third largest areas of glaciers on the Earth. And glacier is also a very important source for the fresh water, and so, but climate changes and pollution and other issues have been hampering the glaciers up on the plateau as well. So a lot of there's still many unknown when it comes to glaciers on the plateau. So a lot of scientists are actually right now working on the plateau to figure out what's going on there, what reserves we are talking about, and how can we then to sort of preserve these water sources for us, because any change happening on the plateau can have impacts worldwide. I remember I spoke to one of the experts on this plateau study. He's talking about maybe sometimes changes happening on the plateau can affect summer temperatures over in Europe. So you can see the impacts we're talking about is not only confined to one region, to one year. It can only carry on for maybe several years and throughout the world. You never know.
Yeah, groundwater is a big issue, not just here in China, but also around the world. In California, I think, according to a report on New Scientist, water, the ground has sort of subsided by 28 meters within a period of time, and likewise here in Asia, in Jakarta, in Malaysia, Indonesia, the same thing is happening again. Groundwater being overtapped, and therefore the subsidence, that's the word they use to describe the lowering of the terrain due to overtapping of the groundwater. But California and also Jakarta have a bigger problem in the sense that they're next to oceans, and even as global warming makes the sea level rise, and the same thing is when you compare that to the level of subsidence in the terrain, then you could be looking at some major catastrophe when something like a tsunami really happens. So it's a global issue that we should all pay attention to.
Yes, and also speaking about the use of water, I remember when I was living in Sydney during that summer, the city government has to issue a notice, sort of limit the time where you can use the water at your household every day.
day. Basically, for example, you cannot water your garden during daytime because simply Australia is having facing a sort of a crisis of water shortage nationwide. So that's why people are it's happening really eye-opening for me, because I've always thought, water conservation for a country like Australia, which is surrounded by oceans, won't be that much of an issue.
But the west of it is mostly continental and is desert. But although on the east coast, you have the great water.
Yeah, but still they're starting to having this water shortage and to be impacting even into big cities like Sydney. Yeah. And speaking of the use of water worldwide, we're also having people, for example, living in the United States and Canada, who use the water to clean their cars, water their gardens, and take that for granted, and not realizing, it can be happening for your next summer that you have a limited time frame to water your garden.
Yeah. That's definitely true. And also, when we look at around the world, there's the ocean, there's it varies so much water, but actually a lot of that water cannot be drinkable, and therefore it's not of much use to human beings. 70% of the planet is water, but only 0.025% is drinkable. And the reason is that 96.5% of terrestrial water belongs to seas and oceans, and therefore corresponds to salt water. And Earth's fresh water represents only 3.5%, and we cannot easily drink it. Of the freshwater equation, 70% is eliminated and remains frozen in polar ice caps and glaciers, and the remaining 30% is found in the subsoil, streams, rivers, wells, or aquifers. And therefore, just think about next time when you turn on the faucet and water just comes running through, that's precious. And I think that's maybe something we can talk about as well, just in everyday life. Apparently, human waste is a huge deal here when it comes to water. And also, food is water, and we need to be fed as human beings. And therefore, there's the necessity and scarcity issue. So guys, maybe walk us through some of the things that we can pay attention to. Maybe sounds pretty easy, but if we do it every day, it will make a difference.
Well, one way to make the situation better is to pay attention to how you dispose of your waste. Here in Beijing and in many parts of the country, we have introduced a waste recycling system, but this really applies to solid waste. Every household is required to do sorting, but when it comes to wastewater, we just flush them down the toilet and that's it. Maybe the municipality has a way, has a system to really make sure that water is processed. But then again, for every individual, we should pay attention in the sense that we shouldn't dump toxic waste into the toilet, that sort of thing. And also the relationship between water and food is very close. The United Nations estimates that 70% of the global water footprint is linked to food production. So when you are conserving food, you're also conserving water. So these things that I can think of.
Yeah, and especially for people who go to conferences, big conferences, before the pandemic, especially when we have hundreds of people attending in the same venue for a conference or an event, sometimes the organizer will dispense some of the water bottles. Yeah. And what often happens is some of the participants will leave half of the bottle there.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense, because we have a lot of people in the venue, and you leave that half a bottle of water there, and when you came back, you don't know which bottle is yours and which bottle is others, and then you think, why not just open a new one?
Yeah.
That's
so easy to do, right?
Yeah, so I think it's easy for us to starting with the small things like this. Like, keep to the bottle that you opened from the beginning to the end. And maybe sometimes if organizers can prevent a little name label for you to put on that bottle, for you to, for people to realize, is his bottle or her bottle is not mine. And I think by these small things, we can actually save a lot of the water that has been wasted during big events. And so, and also thinking about everyday life, that maybe do not dump the half bottle of water that you think is undrinkable. Maybe use it for other purposes. For example, watering your plants or other things, or cleaning your house. It's always something small that you can do with.
On the government level, I think it's important to have stronger supervision in the practice of residents, especially in some part of the country. People dig wells without applying for a certificate or something. So that could really lead to overexploitation without any people knowing about it.
Yeah, and the fact that 70% of the global water footprint is linked to food production, so don't waste food either, because there's a lot of labor and water that goes into it as well, and just be careful with these everyday decisions. They'll probably make the world a better place. We'll be back after this break.
Looking for passion? How about fiery debate? Want to hear about current events in China from different perspectives? Then tune in to Roundtable.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing. Roundtable.
Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day. Tune in to Roundtable, where the East meets the West, and understanding is the goal. Discussion keeps the world turning.
This is Roundtable.
You're listening to Roundtable with myself, He Young, joined by Lai Ming and Fei Fei in the studio. Coming up, probably none of my business, perhaps, but how are you sleeping? The third year into a pandemic. What's keeping you up at night? And our special segment, Motivational Monday, coming your way. That's when we give you that adrenaline shot for the start of the week. Our podcast listeners can find us at Roundtable China on Apple Podcast. When you're there and you're so inclined, please give us a 5-star review. It will help other folks find the show. And now, Roundtable, as we continue today's discussion. In China, a popular saying has it: food is a better cure than medicine, while sleep is best of all. World Sleep Day is an annual event. It calls to action on important issues related to sleep, including medicine, education, social aspects, and even driving. There's just a lot that goes into the time that we spend every day. So let's take a look at what's going on here. How did we score in Slumberland?
Well, there's a China Sleep Research Report 2022, which was just jointly released by Chinese Academy of Social Science and Chinese Sleep Research Society. And the report analyzes sleep status of the general population by constructing a sleep index, which is mainly measured from 3 dimensions: sleep quality, sleep environment, and sleep beliefs and behaviors. The report shows that the sleep index of Chinese people in 2021 is 64.78 points, which is slightly higher than the passing level, meaning that the overall sleep status of Chinese residents is average. And among them, the sleep quality index has the highest score, so people are still getting good sleep when they can get it. And followed by the sleep environment index, scored 68.52 points. And the lowest score is the sleep belief and behavior index, which is only 54.73 points. And this means that Chinese people have more bad sleep beliefs and behaviors. I'm pointing at certain short video platforms and Xiaohongshu and Zhihu and Weibo. So all of these applications that take our time.
Yes, they do. And for most Chinese people, they go to bed between 10 p.m. to 12 o'clock at night. And
That's pretty good.
Well, surprise. I think scientists are recommending you go to bed between 10 to 11 p.m. So it's 1 or 2 hours later than that. And they get up between 6 and 8 a.m. So most of the residents can fall asleep in about half an hour. I'm not sure if that's a good indicator as well. So on average,
depends on how you count. I mean, how do you start counting? I mean, if you're lying in bed and you're looking at your iPad, I mean, does it count into your time getting prepared to sleep?
Well, it depends. I think some people, when they are lying on the bed, turn off the lights and open up their phone, they're preparing to enter into the sleep.
So you have to start counting when your iPad lands on your face and you make a decision, finally it's time to sleep.
Yeah, or just falling to sleep and dropping your phone wherever it is. So on average, the average Chinese person sleep a little over 7 hours a day, but I think scientists are recommending at least 8-hour sleep for every night. So we are seeing a slight deficit over on bedtime for a lot of Chinese people, and I think it can be attributed to a lot of problems that's been discussed among young people. For example, hair loss. With when you suffer from sleeping issues, where your hair is definitely the first indicator you're realizing, something's happening with your health. Yeah, and you need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, it's not just that. There's also, the bags under your eyes. After you reach a certain age without good sleep, it happens, and then it maybe takes longer for you to recuperate. Remember the days when you were just a teenager or even in college, and then, after a whole pulling an all-nighter studying, okay? Not doing other stuff. And then quote studying. And the next day, you feel fresh. You don't need to find a place to curl up and at least get a power nap or anything like that. And then you're ready to go to the next party. No, I said too much. So to the next lecture, I mean. So that just... life doesn't roll on like that forever. And therefore, when you're someone who's got a job, who's got responsibility, I don't need to remind you of the mundane side of everyday life. And then, having that precious me time right before going for shut-eye, I can totally understand why sometimes people still just want to just reserve that time for yourself. And it just happens to be that the easiest, most convenient way to sort of relax these days is connected to devices. And therefore, like before noticing it, there you go, 30 minutes. Beyond
3 hours.
And you're on a certain platform and you're like, you know what? Why don't I just round it up to a full hour and then I'll go to sleep? And then you do that, and then you just keep on pushing your sleep time later and later, and that's not really healthy. So, but it seems like a lot of folks in this country are doing better than what I just described. So, kudos to those people. At least some people are serious about getting the necessary sleep and to sort of build a good foundation of health.
When you say some people, do you mean Guai Ling, who won 2 gold medals at the Winter Games?
Oh yeah, who also sleeps at least 12 hours a day.
Yeah, that woman, she is a wizard. I do not understand how she does it. Like, she is like, she does it in her way, and I don't know what kind of league she exists in, because that's so far away from, the average everyday person like myself, who has trouble with time management, who has trouble with even setting a good sleep time and sort of follow it.
Well, the technical part that she does at the big air, I mean, we can't follow, but the thing, her sleep routine is something that we can get inspiration from, and she gets 12 hours?
Yeah.
12 hours?
Like how?
At least 10 hours.
Like, doesn't she need to study to get to Stanford? Doesn't she need to train to win, the gold medal? It's like that woman, it's as if there's like 36 hours for her. But I'm sure that's not the way it works. But yeah, maybe there is some inspiration to get, or some like things to learn from her and from all that.
Also, I think, a lot of the electronic devices kind of fueling the anxiety people have over sleep. For example, I have a friend who suffers from insomnia for many, many years. And then one day she decided to buy one of those smart watch device. And she thought it would be a good idea to monitor her sleeping pattern.
Ooh.
And, that watch reports every day how much deficit she goes into in sleep. And that fuels her anxiety about what if I didn't get enough sleep today? What if I'm sort of in debt of my sleep hours? And she just keeps getting more anxious every day by seeing that numbers like you are now in 70% deficit in your sleep time today. It's not healthy, I think.
It is not healthy. I mean, unless you have no problem sleeping at all, and then you can look at the data and brag about it. But if you're like me, you're having problem sleeping, at least these days, the last thing you want to look at is your scores on how well you perform when it comes to sleeping. Last night, as I was about to go to sleep, I saw this report, the China Sleep Research Report, and at the end of it, there was the suggestion that when you wake up in the middle of the night, you should refrain from looking at the watch or the clock. And that's what I did last night, waking up in the middle of the night. I did not look at the watch. I did not turn to my smartwatch. I did not know when was it that I woke up, and I had no problem falling back to sleep again.
Right. It's interesting you mentioned the watch that calculates your sleep data, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to the show, and I probably do not need to reiterate that I am a proud tech Luddite who stays in her cave most of the time, unless it's necessary for me to get out of the cave and discuss a topic on the show, I refrain from using one other device to calculate or give me a score, because just by listening to that number that you guys cited, just above 7 hours of sleep that people usually get in this country, I already feel like a poorly performing student in class. And I suspect that my score would not be very high if I'm using whatever device to calculate all these metrics in life. And therefore, I think I quite happily skip from being judged and getting another bad score in this thing.
Yeah, it's really important to get the anxiety out of the equation. If you think about, what time is it? What time? Is this the moment when my liver starts to cleanse itself and then refresh itself? Now that I'm awake, does it mean my liver is being damaged? Is it 4? Is it 5? Is it time for my stomach to renew itself? If I'm not asleep by now, then will it cause some serious problem to my stomach? But that kind of anxiety is not helping.
Can I do more that's not helping here? And of course, you're talking about the inner side, the internal health of a person.
The skin?
Yes, of course. And there's the external, that is, the skin complexion.
The beauty sleep.
Yes. And the worst cycle to get into is I need to go to sleep, but I am not sleeping, and you're not helping yourself, and then you're continuously worried, and then you sort of perpetuate this vicious cycle. And one other thing that businesses have profited from is then, if you can't go to sleep or you're not feeling 100%, then why not just put on, let's say, the nourishing face mask, that's supposed to be good for your skin, that you could put on right before going to sleep. And but when I see this, it's almost like if you go to bed earlier and put away the devices and not have any, eye contact with blue-ray light, whatever it's called, and then you're saving yourself the trouble and the money of buying the extra beauty enhancement stuff and products.
Exactly.
Like a lot of products are related to helping and supposedly enhancing your sleeping experience. For example, there's essential oil products, there's lighting products, and also pillows and mattresses. But before these technologies turn up, people are not having the same sleeping issues as we are having right now. So I don't think maybe these products can help with having a better sleeping experience, but I don't think they can just change that fundamentally. If you are suffering from sleep disorders, I don't think an essential oil can help with that, and you can just fall asleep the minute you touch your pillow. So there's something else For example, to try to calm yourself down before sleep instead of, browsing over the phone, thinking, okay, what's the next video I should be watching to help me get into sleep.
Well, you mentioned something really interesting. You said that maybe something has changed. Like in the past, maybe people didn't suffer from so many sleeping disorders and problems, or maybe people are just a bit more vocal about all of this. What do you think has changed?
I think for one thing is, of course, the awareness, because if we're thinking about 1 or 2 decades ago, speaking of insomnia, no one would really take that as serious as now, thinking it being a big social issue that we need to discuss. But now I think over time, traditionally, when we were students, sleeping is something that we think we can give up. For example, I can give up 1 or 2 hours of sleep for study or to play. But in fact, the lack of sleep can have longer consequences on not only on the human body physically, but also mentally. Because I read a book called The Self-Driven Child. He talked about why a lot of teenagers are suffering from depression and anxiety, and the core reason is that they don't have enough sleep growing up. And their brain basically didn't have enough time to relax and reflect on everything he learned during the day, and essentially they starting to feel this less of a control of their own life, and then that leads to anxiety and depression. And I think right now we're seeing a lot of Chinese kids not having enough sleep. Well, a lot of parents are willing to give up 1 or 2 hours sleep for them to getting into a better but far away school.
Oh, interesting. You touched on a lot of interesting points here. Well, certainly with depression, anxiety, and a lot of the psychological issues, the direct symptom is you can't fall asleep. So if, for more than a week, I think the official number should be more than 2 weeks or something like that, of not being able to sleep or only getting minuscule amount of sleep every day, then one should be alert. Then something's not right here, and maybe it's best to consult a health specialist. And there's even the sleep clinic that you can register to get yourself checked in most hospitals in China, at least in Beijing these days. And also, Feifei, you mentioned, well, this is a huge issue for a lot of kids, young people, and families that apparently children aren't getting as much sleep as their parents would want them to, or what's good for them. But what about the double reduction policy thing? That when it was first rolled out, it was touted as something, when you've got less homework to do, then in theory, kids could go to bed a bit earlier.
Well, the report did have an assessment on the effect of the policy on the quality of sleep on the part of middle and primary school students. And the conclusion is the double reduction policy did have some impact, some positive impact. The parents of primary school students believe that in fact, about 65% of parents of primary school students thought their kids are getting into bed much earlier. In comparison, about 52% of parents of secondary school students thought so. And also, when it comes to the sleep quality, about 72% of parents of primary school students thought the children are having better sleep quality compared to before the double reduction policy. The percentage for parents of secondary school students was about 65%. So there's been some positive impact from the double reduction policy.
Yes, and according to the standards laid out by a plan that primary school students are recommended to get at least 10 hours of sleep a night, and that number is 9 hours recommended for junior high students and 10 hours for senior high students. And by those standards, over 90% of the students in all of these schools are not getting enough sleep before the double reduction policy taken out. And personally, I know parents who lives in my neighborhood, but they decided to send their children to a school which is about half an hour or 40 minutes away. So the kid needs to get up, I think, around 6:30 in the morning to be able to meet the class time. But,
that's cruel.
Yeah, so in Beijing, in the winter time, 6:30, the day it's still dark. It's still dark outside. So for a 7-year-old, it's quite something that I think parents need to reflect on, which one is more important, study or sleep.
Oh, very good question. You're listening to Roundtable. Coming up next, Motivational Monday.
Motivational Monday. Mondays.
What do you have for us, Feifei?
Okay, today I have a quote from Professor Zhao Dongyuan. He's a professor of the Department of Chemistry from Fudan University. He shared this thought when asked about how to balance between working in science and also having a lot of seeing a lot of other their fellow students having a hair repair job or some more active social life than scientists. And he said, I've also had the thought of giving up being a scientist when I was young. The pay was not high and there were so many pressures. But in the end, when it comes to the choice of which part of my life weighs more, I decided to stick to scientists. I've been telling my students that there are many temptations along your way, and the most important part is to learn to resist these temptations, and with that, eventually, you will be able to succeed. And he shared, because he started to go into college in 1982, and during the 1990s, a lot of scientists and other people are giving up what they've originally do and decided to take up, open up their own businesses, and we call it 下海, going down to the ocean. So, but working in science can be dull at times, and especially you are seeing a lot of your fellow workers are getting very high pay and having a very active social life, working in big corporates, and their income can be dozens of times more than Zhao at that time. But I think what's more important as a scientist is passion, and you be able to sit by the table and make that choice and continue to work on the science project and blocking out all the distractions and temptations along the way. And I think it's not only for scientists, but also for many people who are working in other areas of the society, that there will be people sometimes in some phase of your life turn up and showing up their glamorous lifestyle and big numbers on their bank account, but that doesn't mean success. I think people really need to figure out what's more important for you, what you're passionate about, and in the end of the day, you have to believe in yourself and working by your passion, not by the glamorous lifestyle that can only happen for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I think that Feifei didn't mention about the story is the support that he gets from his family. I mean, I think it's a human nature for anybody to want to improve their lives, and when a family member or family members look at such a great and such a great and talented person, and look at the potential that he or she may have, and it's human nature to want to expect something from that talent, to have a way to translate that talent into better life quality. Mm-hmm. And for Zhao to be able to carry on with what he enjoys, what he is after, and not worry about let's say here in Chinese we say 后院起火, not worry about the trouble from the family, and that really shows the kind of support that he gets from the family.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because it really takes two people in this case, to make it work. And yeah, don't forget the hand that rocks the cradle, that takes care of the family too. Thank you so much, Feifei, for that very inspirational story. And Lai Ming, what do you have for us?
I have a quote from George R.R. Martin, the author of the best-selling fantasy novel series A Song of Ice and Fire, which has been adapted to the famous HBO series Game of Thrones. And he said, "A reader lives 1,000 lives before he dies. The man who never reads lives only one." And it's an interesting play on words based on a line from Shakespeare's play, Julius Caesar, when the bard wrote, "A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant taste of death but once." But I think it's not always true. I mean, these days, we can rely on TVs, films, animations, cartoons, and games to live alternative lives. In many cases, the stimulus we get from the audio-visual content can be quite impressive, even overwhelming. Still, there is a unique charm in reading, in the sense that the reader will engage his own mind in the process. His capabilities for imagination, comprehension, and critical thinking are activated if he truly enjoys reading. It is a moment of focus and enrichment. It is also an effective way for us to calm down and get into the right mood for sleep if you have trouble falling into sleep.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Very nice indeed, Lai Ming. What I have for you this week is something that would hopefully make you as happy as I did watching it and find a dose of inspiration from it. That is the animated movie Turning Red. In Chinese is called 青春变形记. It tells the story of a Chinese-Canadian girl going through magical puberty.
Magical.
And yes, so this girl, she transforms into a giant red panda who's super cute when she experiences intense emotions. And if you've gone through puberty, and I'm not shying away from it, and growing up, then, well, yes, there are some strong emotions that a girl would go through. And previously, I don't remember seeing a female protagonist unabashedly talk about this stuff. And girls can be as strange, filled with hormones and, going through a lot in her mind, just like guys. So it was really refreshing seeing this animated film, and it is a story that talks about those who are caught in the struggle between truly loving their family and their parents and wanting to honor them and wanting to be good for them, but at the same time growing up in this environment, in this culture that's turning them into different people who are naturally moving away from their family because this is called growing up, and you're not going to be forever mommy's little pancake like that. And there's going to be a day that you're going to let go of your mom's hand, and mom, you need to remember that, hey, you got to give your child a bit more space because he or she is growing up. And what's really inspirational about this really loving and charming film is the female director, Do-Mi Shi. She's gone to break the glass ceiling, directing the first all-female creative leadership team for Pixar Animation Studios, with a script co-written by Julia Chu, and also you're gonna hear the amazing Sandra Oh voicing the mom, and it is such a beautiful film that makes you so happy and also rekindle love for the boy band of your liking as you grow up. Also, in case you didn't notice, the director, Do-Mi Shi, she's won an Academy Award in 2018 for her short animated film, Bao, at Pixar. She said that after getting the award, she knew she wanted her next film to be a girl's coming-of-age story. With this movie, it's redefining what universal stories look like and who gets to tell them too. Featuring a Chinese girl as the main heroine, her story captures the hearts of so many people around the world. And the more stories where you see people of different ethnicities from different backgrounds go on journeys, make mistakes, fall in love, get hurt, it all just proves that we are here, and we're human, and we all deserve to have our stories told. Also, to enter the game, which is traditionally an all-boys club, more or less, entering this field of directing where there is far too few female directors telling the story from a female perspective, offering a different angle. This is a breakthrough, and it is such a breath of fresh air that we've been waiting for simply too long. This is an inspirational story of a Chinese girl growing up, making her dream come true, and in a way tell so many people around the world that if you dream big, put in the hard work with your talent, sky's your limit. And that brings us to the end of today's round table. Thank you so much, Lai Ming and Fei Fei, for coming on to the show. Thank you so much for your company. You can find us on Apple Podcasts at Roundtable China. I'm He Yang. We'll see you next time. Are you interested in learning Chinese?
I always tell my students that listening is the key to mastering the language. Check out Takeaway Chinese, where you can start learning the language quickly and enjoyably, no matter if you're a rookie or a sophisticated Chinese learner.
我来北京5年了，我是本地人。
There is definitely something that will interest you. Check out Takeaway Chinese. A world starts with 你好。
中国国际广播电台。
سلام علیکم السلام علیکم تیم رادیو رادیو پخشو هفتوانه تامو در حرکت هوام دوباره بعد بعد هوا هاتو ندویدم زمان پدوای سمان کابل پدکارانتی اسمان شوی آده تادو خیلی وقت درجه دروی آشتباه نادی پدر نهارتی به هم اسمان شوی آده تادو خیلی وقت درجه در آشتباه سوادواسی在具体的中可handle然后写累积马丁纳主就是马丁纳打的合理。清楚的呢的差不多差不多。这一般呢就是里面是很严肃的，他们那也有这个每天program的有他们的上马打的。 그러나 이건 토익하는 사람도 토익을 해. 친구들과 같이 우리 가이드가 하루에 들어와주라고 하면 맨날 수업만 해서 전신과 아시를 전시해 가져라고 하고 그 아이들과 하루에 들어와주 나눠나 나가 판정을 하는 만드는 나눠는 완전 나눠야 그런 데 모든 우리는 아리고 데모크라틱 마히르고 그러면 라시 알콘 모두가 가끔 해주지 알제자이 사바흐르며 추워질 사마나 거시프로 가르치 자 이그라운 설치 하자 열심 너들의 따라 강자미 우시라 아우리에게 지침된 나리를 받으라 소리 제발 아니야 그러면서 나들은 이런 것이 사람들의 뒤에 거쳐라고 저도 오프라인 같이 나한테 막하여 여약하다라 그런 데 있습니다. 원이 파함이라 대한민국의 대방하는 저와들은 몰라보나서라 저에게 가져라기 공연을 제대친 것은 대한민국의 수라 그것에서 그렇게 아닌 사람이 어과리
Waduno, Wamahronu, Wagadi Nabarayo Asas, Kapamanji Hamkarite, Arite, Warakana Muraham, Awarakri, Albanse Sabunati, Akhiwan, Namaskar Nakas, Kapamanjina Sisi, Walamananu, Kampanya Wari, Rakisra, Kapamanji Hamkar Chawari, Audadwa, Ahitu, Aritu, Denari, Kurmakta, Hatuki. 在接下来在淘宝的广告区，在这里要配合了这么一位第二个区，它的有的这个就是原来一开始的那个的，那么的项目在后来在这个下来一开始的区，我的呢，好的呢，来我抽取我的呢，什么东西，上的区我拿去做的干的哩。我开始为这里做这个准备，咱们将来可以在今天和晚上的下期或者活动区或者安利，其他媒体可是呢，媒体是我的呢，我的呢，哪里呢，在那考虑。另外，这个是我的呢，那么的话，我就他们在考虑，好的，东西，但是这个是怎么考虑的话？ Kapanji nabi kare, dani wadinu kautani utrohe, wasuwahne kare. Karpahan pade andi, sheleji, kampuni, sheladinu, kata, wadidina nakawari, sheladinu, sheladinu, lekapasiwe, nadiwana sina, aanyate, wazwakini kare, kare. After Serenity, Nima, Darling, Single, One, Henry, Anarchy, Jericho, the Maka, the Temperature, the Mobile, Hakana, Afghanistan, Sirganko, Algamana, Sir Afghanistan, Nagawale, Nagawan Hakuni, Hakana, Nagawale, the Afghanistan, the Black, Nagawale, Sulawesi, Singamaka, Maki, the Sina, London 作为他们的他，战争那里瓦拉布拉萨，在新的整个他们以在马罗马瓦克里，这个新的他们的这边来到了他们的产业黑西。 这个是我的车，这叫做摩摩前面的小车，我要开车去看你们说的。我们在这里面呢，是说生把我们可以么做的，现在可以直接摸，看是是是哪里，在新疆的开始，在现在在这个地方，看在地方就是了，我们在那个家庭中有这些处理，我说，这边在新的。 广州、新疆，在曼谷呢，在那个新河的地方，在龙口或者在这里面，是在国家，可能是参加传统，在新的国内的可以特别的有的就可以好的来看，这个主要是当中的参考，那么可能来上面的可以在参考养这里书的出路，好的新疆和逃离。 好阿爸爸，他说你看到看，เขาพูดท่าเขาจะได้มีเรื่องได้ว่าเขาว่าตัววิธีเรื่องนั้นเขาอาจจะเขาว่าเธอเขาวิธีเรื่องสิ่งนั้นจะว่าสิ่งอาจจะเป็นสิ่งที่เขาเป็นที่ทำให้ไม่รู้มาดีว่าได้ขับรถมาแต่อีบ้านมาจะหาดีมากจะแต่อย่างเท่านั้นหาไม่ได้เขาจะรถที่มันเป็นที่อย่างนี้จะเป็นอะไรที่เขาทำให้ได้ผลประโยชน์เลยคือคืออีบ้านเกิดขึ้นซึ่งที่นี่เดินรู้ถึงมีนาคาหนองคายที่ได้ที่เราทำมาดีว่าจะได้ก็ที่แต่อีบ้านก็ทำอะไรที่อะไรได้เขาจะยังทำให้เราไม่ได้ที่เขาไม่ได้ที่เขาไม่ได้ที่บางทีนู้นตัวที่เขาสิ่งที่เขามาที่จะได้ดี
Leonid American Irlandais Muhammad Waraq Kalshanama Sarada. The Iran of Habimus Palatuna Salina Resmus Ibrahim Rayasi Rona Yaki Kalamanata Tadawi Samunasaban Savanawi Kri Chokopu Kaputini Sadri King and Jiko Rwanda the Iranian Mukawa Hajarade. The Turkey Bahrain Wajid Malik Shibli the Mother Kasanamanata Wajali Shibli Shai the Urban the Habrati the Turkey the Masai Mandalay Masrandi the Timo Masani Hata Kalesana Uti the Utan would estimate Coladina Zelensky Bahamdura Nasi Event Karan the Marquis
to the Ukraine country demonstrate worry via the day Ukraine Allah تحديد مسؤولين على سياسي رجال أخرى. خبر آخر جوان موركري أيضا أوكران في بسياري بحران مخابئ أمريكي. لما ورد يقطعون والنور موازنة بعد يوجد بين تنواري أخرى بسيري جسري نظرية أو جماهير مقاومات أخرى أو دم بجنبي أنتظار أردار أو دامدار خارجال أو جماهير أمنيتي دورة أردار أخرى. Badan satu kabar kini wajib mereka marah itu terutama sesuatu atau perkara awalnya sangat aktif maka penting. Jadi mereka berserang karena dari dulu bersama mereka Indonesia. Bila mereka harus bersama mereka ada Ukraina jarawa konflik sosialnya hal sekali ada sendiri seharusnya mereka harus bekerja dalam negeri oleh Amerika dan Terutama dengan warga. Sebagian muslim para dahalannya hadir akhirnya keluar ke tersebut. Ada kabar muslim menarik itu sekarang terjadi habis saya yang kemudian hanya dengan kondisinya negeri dan ketemu masyarakat ada sesuatu seperti hampir berbeda. Oleh saya sendiri sudah menjadi diberi waktu secara free atau kini segala masalah dan usia dan dengan segala orang Indonesia resmi berkapan juga mengatakan ketika ini dan sekali sama auto itu
N'était pas accessible pour les novices ou simples randonneurs en quête de nature. Ovidiu Stan, cofondateur d'Explore Transfagărășan et de Via Valahia, travaille aussi.
Bueno, perdió en casa contra los Nets de Brooklyn 114-106, Kevin Durant con 37 puntos en este partido. Donovan Mitchell.
And